Sorry.
Oh, it's like Stephen's name. Can I ask you a favour? Yes, same. Never. Alan. Yeah. Sorry.
Those vegan flags are popular, Andy.
Big car park there. It's like
This video is not too long.
So we need some butter.
Just joining us, apologies for the little bit of delay. We are going live on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok all at the same time, albeit
Yeah,
well.
I think it's restarted. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Yeah. So, if anybody in the chat knows what we're doing, can you let us know? Because we don't.
It'd be great if someone could.
It would. So far. So where are we streaming to? You've just started on TikTok, haven't you, Andy?
Yeah, TikTok. We are, as of now, live on TikTok. Yeah, we're live on Facebook and we're live on both your YouTube and the National Animal Rights March's YouTube, which is good to know. Although TikTok is seeming very laggy, I apologise. It seems exceptionally slow.
And then in terms of where we're streaming to, so it's Roger Yates YouTube, it's the NARM YouTube National Animal Rights March YouTube, and the NARM Facebook. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if I have a look on Facebook, I should see it now. Now, shouldn't I? This.
You should be able to see that the page is officially live and it's us. Yeah.
Okay. Where do you go? Do you go to videos or something?
It should be at the top of the. It should be like, you know, the profile picture. It should have like a red ring around it.
No.
Oh.
See, we're going to have a couple
Yeah,
of
you
these.
can see it at the top of their page.
Oh, you can.
Yeah. Join us for the day's coverage chat about. Yeah.
I'll refresh in case it's that.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. So it is there.
No, I can't see it at all.
Are you on the group or the page?
The page.
Oh, I can definitely see it, but.
Oh, hang on. It said visit group, so I must be on the group then. Okay, so what's the difference?
Well, the page basically runs the group, but the group is a group and the page is a page, I suppose. I don't really know what the difference is. You're asking the wrong person.
The group is a group and the page is a page. Yeah, well,
I don't. I mean, obviously, normally a page is completely public, but the group is completely public, so I'm not actually 100% sure in that regard.
I see. Okay. Right. I think is this a page now? Well, I suppose so long as you can see it. No, this is the event I've got. So
Yeah, if you're on the event, yeah, it won't be on the. It's literally on the page. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no point in me looking then if
and it says we've been live like 6 minutes or whatever. So
I'll just make a complete tit of myself. So welcome everyone, and we've got you've done an opening video, Andy.
Yeah, there is an intro. Yeah, which we can.
Yeah. So that's cool. So we can drop this one out now, can't we?
Well, TikTok's definitely working, so we're all good.
Oh,
so far.
All right, I'll mute my volume on this and have a quick look too.
We're on a bit of a delay, about 12-15 seconds, but we're still there. I have no idea what TikTok will make of today's march in terms of their terms of service. So it'll go for as long as it goes. If it cuts off, it's not me. Just know that. But we should be fine on everything else. It's just TikTok.
That's quite a handy little disclaimer you've got there. So not your mum account.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Blimey, I can see ourselves. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, there you go. I've just seen you join. Yeah,
Yeah.
sadly, there's not a NARM TikTok anyway, but I don't think that we'd have had the time to get the sufficient followers, even if there was. So it just makes sense.
How far behind are you? I'm not that far behind, but
okay, so maybe it's not as bad then. It might just be because I'm the person streaming.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's fine then. If there's not much of a delay, even better.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, welcome along, folks. As I said, we're bound to have a few technical hitches. We've never done this before. And so what the plan is when people go live and stream, we'll kind of latch it onto that and show you everything. So I imagine they'll start doing that when the march begins. You were saying about people's batteries and that. So
there's I mean, obviously, depending on whether people are bringing backpacks and that kind of thing, unless you're going to bring a power pack, battery is going to be something that you want to sort of think about today. You don't want to waste it all in the first half an hour, I suppose. So I would imagine once they all start moving, there'll be a lot more streams. I mean, there are a few different other videos in there, but nothing more than about 25 seconds at the moment. They're just showing people slowly crowding up.
Yeah, I guess people are just testing whether their system is working or something, isn't it?
Yeah. But yes, the easiest way, if you want to feature on the show, the easiest way is to either go into the group, the National Animal Rights March UK group, and go live directly, or tag the page, which is the same name, National Animal Rights March UK, and I will get a notification and we can bring it up on here. But so if you want your video to be featured,
we've got a banner for that, haven't we? So
that's exactly what you need. Yeah.
So
the tag.
Okay, so if you go live anywhere, if you tag that, right?
Yeah, as long as I get a notification, we will be made aware, and as long as the video is suitable in every way, then we'll play it.
And we've also had a question already about Instagram, so that's been a bit of a problem. So
I mean, I don't personally have access to the Instagram as a team member, so it's just one of those things I haven't included. I don't have an app for it. I barely use the app myself, so we've just excluded it. If you are an Instagrammer, I apologize, but it also is pretty easy to sync into the Facebook side of things if you are an Instagrammer. Or if not, it's just one day to watch YouTube. I apologize.
Very old-fashioned way around Facebook nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not really any way around it, to be honest, because otherwise I'd be constantly relying on someone else to pass on the notifications, and they're at the march. So,
yeah, well, following a conversation on Instagram is not easy. I don't.
No, it really isn't easy. I mean, they don't keep the threads in very easy, and you can't edit anything or anything. I'm not a big fan of Instagram. I'll be honest.
I mean, TikTok is worse, isn't it? I mean,
TikTok is worse. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but I don't think there's any encouragement in TikTok to have a conversation in the comments. I don't think that's what the app's for. It's basically for leaving emoji.
Yeah, I know. The problem with that, though, is that if you're talking to someone like a farmer or someone who non-speciesist. A speciesist, and you want people to then kind of like see what's been said after the event. It's almost impossible for them to do it, isn't it? Because they couldn't. Yeah. They're not going to be able to work out what comment was supposed to be.
No, and they don't very often stay in any particular order, do they? Even if you've had a conversation with someone, when you go back and read it, quite often they're all over the place, and you can't.
Yeah, you click away, and then that's right. Yeah. So, shall we go for your intro film?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, so we need to put it on that screen there and put this there instead.
Hi everyone, I'm Ronnie Lee,
and I'm very excited about an event that's coming up. It's the National Animal Rights March.
Hey Earthlings, this is Roger Yates from the Vegan Information Project in Dublin. I'm also doing the Vegan Time Tunnel, which is an archive of historical events in the movement. But I'm here to advertise the National Animal Rights March for this year.
Hi everyone, I'm Billy and I'm the founder of the Retreat Animal Rescue Centre. Now this is a call for action.
Hello, this is Wendy from the Animal Rights Show and Thrive Vegan World podcast.
Hello, I'm Jamie Moyes. I'm the founder of ASF, Abolish Salmon Farming. I support the National Animal Rights March.
Hi, my name is Lynn Sawyer. I'm an animal rights activist, vegan and SAB of quite a few years.
Just a short video here to promote the National Animal Rights March on Saturday, August 26th.
And this is a great opportunity for us to come together as like-minded people who share a common goal. And that's so important for our resilience as individual activists and also for the movement.
It's 2023 and we're still using non-human animals when there's absolutely no reason to. I urge everyone who can to do their absolute best to end this injustice.
It's pretty clear why we should be marching. It's an opportunity to all come together, and we can also do outreach whilst we're marching. I always have done, handed out leaflets, talked to people as we're going by.
The reason I'm excited about it is because the National Animal Rights March is always a brilliant event for educating the public about veganism, and you can help do that by bringing along some banners and placards promoting veganism and animal rights.
And also, as we know, the oppression of other animals is so normalised that it's important that we show up to be seen, to be heard, and to make our presence felt as the voice of dissent. So we get to shout from the rooftops, this is wrong, this has to stop. We want an end to the oppression of other animals.
It's the National Animal Rights March. Animals have never needed us more, and we need to march in solidarity for them, with them.
If we're going to achieve liberation for animals, we've got to work together as liberationists, not as welfareists. That does not work, it never has worked, it never will work.
And this is for anybody who wishes to join, who wishes to be part of this movement and to show their respect for non-human animals. And it's a good place to go to find out if you're not already active.
To inspire everyone to get out and about and go back to their own areas and spread the vegan and animal rights message.
Let's all speak up for the animals and make this a day to remember.
Please come and join us.
Please be out there, please be active, support this. Thank you.
So be there. See you then.
Come and stand in solidarity with the individuals that we represent. Love and rage. See you there.
So, I do hope you can make it, and I hope you have a great time over there. Cheers.
So the 26th of August will be a great day of action for animal rights and veganism.
Who's the man with the huge beard? You're muted, Andy. You're muted. You're muted. Muted. Muted.
Sorry. So the guy with the massive beard is Jamie Moyes. He's from Abolish Salmon Farming. There's a little video on the NARM page, which is his full sort of like promo video. I just took a segment from it.
Oh, right. So that's the kind of factory farming of fishes campaign.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, as always, put your comments in the comment box, people. We'll flash them up, and if anybody wants to actually join us, especially for the first bit, well, everything is kind of gearing up and everything, and want to come on screen and have a chat, then please do so. We don't bite, or at least I don't know about Andy. You don't bite, do you, Andy?
No, only if you're an avocado or an almond. You're quite safe otherwise.
Oh, yeah, just trying to wind up Piers Morgan, who we know is watching.
Hopefully, I mean, if you can. I'm sure he'll be there anyway today. We're only marching, Piers.
He probably would, yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, he kind of. Yeah, some people have said that he kind of works as a bit of a, kind of vanguard for animal rights and for veganism in some ways, because so many people hate him. Yeah. They're going to do the exact opposite of everything he says.
Yeah, so, you could definitely look at it that way. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not a very well-liked bloke, is he? I mean, well, I suppose it's a Marmite situation. You've got those that think he's fantastic, and everyone else who doesn't think the same. Can't imagine there's too many on the fences when it comes to Piers.
And do you like Marmite? I think, isn't Marmite Unilever, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I don't know. We have the fake Marmite. So
yeah, you mean Vegemite?
Well, it's not even that. I think it is called Vegemite, but this is like the cheap little one. So yeah, yeah. It's kind of like the Marmite expression, but yeah, I mean, Piers isn't a very particularly well-liked person, even within the media.
Yeah. It must be great, actually, wasn't it? If you're like a capitalist brand and you become part of the language, it must be brilliant for you, that a Marmite person.
Yeah, absolutely. So, because you can't really lose, can you? If you're someone that interviews people, you're someone that kind of, I don't know, gives people these platforms and stuff. If that's your personality, it's always going to go one of two ways. Or in fact, you're going to have that in every show. Even if it's a really positive interview, you're still going to have people that hate him. So he's gonna hit both those audiences all the time. So yeah, it's a really good way of marketing yourself, isn't it?
Well, it is. Ooh,
I think we potentially all had a bad night's sleeping, Jen, from what I've read.
Everybody's saying they did. Yeah, I didn't have a great one. Ruja didn't. Ruja had a kind of worse kind of night for the first time in about a week. So.
That's not good.
All right, Marmite is Unilever. Okay, well, that won't be coming into my door then. Yeah. Anyhow,
it's interesting though, because not too many people. Well, I mean, they should, but not too many people take things like that into consideration, do they? The bigger company, the top of the chain, so to speak. If it says on the back.
Yeah, I mean, in my family, for example, I don't think we've ever had a Nestle product.
Well, that Nestle was the one that I was about to use as an example. The amount of people that I see, where can I get the vegan Kit Kat? And you're like, well, you know who makes that, right? But there isn't really that feeling towards the company.
Like
I suppose also a lot of people probably don't know. I mean,
Georgie and Jennifer are using this as some kind of therapy session. So yeah, carry on.
Yeah, feel free. It makes you feel better.
Right. So can you see anything happening on Facebook? Are they you reckon they're actually going to start physically marching
about 12:30? Yeah. Simply because obviously there was quite a lot of delays in trains and things like that. But although looking at the numbers, there's a lot of people that were there before 12. So, but the plan, as far as I was aware, that they'd start walking at 12:30. Yes. It doesn't look like there's any new live feeds that I can see.
And do you know?
Remember, if you do go live, you need to make sure that you tag the page or use the group. Otherwise, I won't know. I mean, you're more than welcome to send them to me personally as well, but just so that I'm aware. Otherwise, if I don't see them or find them, then we won't be able to feature them.
Is it worth keeping this banner up there, do you think? Or?
Yeah, you can do for a little while at least. I mean, I don't mind it being on my chest. It's quite a snazzy.
No, it's a good t-shirt, that, I suppose. So have you had creative stories about how people have are getting there and stuff, and with the rail strike and all that.
Well, that's not, I wouldn't say necessarily creative stories, but that's a great opportunity for me to say the amount of rallying around that I have seen in terms of people offering lifts, people offering places to stay, people offering all sorts. That's really, really great to see. And it also shows that there is that unity and there is that coming together that we talk about sometimes is lacking. It is there. It definitely is, because, I mean, especially when the train strike was first announced, there was a lot of people that were like, oh, you know, this is really going to make things difficult now. But there was a lot of people that said, look, we're driving from this place. We've got 2 spare places. We're coming from this place. We've got a spare place. Like there was a lot of coming together, and there's been a lot of offers made to others so that people can attend. And then obviously this will help too.
Oh, it's absolutely lashing down, as they say in Ireland.
Is it? Oh, we've got sunshine outside, so hopefully they don't get that in London.
Yeah,
that's a good point. I haven't checked the forecast today.
It's actually teeming down. It is here, but it's
we had that yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of been on and off, you know. So
no, it looks okay in London. We might get a little bit here, but London looks okay.
It's like turning on a tap. It is. So
that's what it was like yesterday afternoon. It absolutely belted it down for about 20 minutes or so, just from nowhere. Yeah.
It sounds also like monsoon-like, isn't it? So
it is.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you a question. Oh yeah, there was that thing about there was a rail strike, and then there was an announcement that the rail strike would be more widespread than the first. Did that come about, or?
I think it was a reduced service rather than a strike. So there's about the one thing that I did notice, which, I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's not very fair, is that quite a few of the people that had their trains cancelled or whatever, I mean, they got refunds, but still, it's not the point, are the people that booked the cheaper tickets, like the day saver rates, or got the discount because they booked quite a bit in advance. Funnily enough, those are all the trains that are now reduced or no longer in service. All the expensive ticket ones, those are the trains that are running. So yeah, there's definitely some method here. It's hard to have sympathy for them when they make sure they cancel all the cheap ticket trains, but keep all the really expensive ones going.
Oh, well, the thing is, that would be the rail company, not the union, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, but still, you just think, like, you're not making it easy for people, especially when the whole emphasis is book in advance so that you get a saving. And they're the ones
that'll be their tactic, though, Andy. They'll go, we'll cancel all the cheap ones, put all the expensive ones on, and so people will then take it out on the union. That's
yeah, so
how they work
sense. Yeah, true. But yeah, so the rallying together that has come, and the amount of people that have said, look, this train line's running, or this is still running, or if you get on this train and change here, you can actually still. So that's been really good to see.
Yeah, everybody keeping in touch and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. And because, I mean, some of these people, this is their local area, so they know, I mean, what train to get to. I mean, there's been a few people that have said, yes, this service is no longer running, but if you can get to this one instead, which isn't a million miles away, this is running, for example. And we wouldn't know any of that information because we're not local to those areas. So that's been really helpful.
Yes, indeed.
But obviously, potentially next year, we will have a lot more time to organise. I mean, we didn't really take this on until halfway through June. So it's been kind of a race against time the entire way through.
Well, it's the same story.
That's why, to be fair, again, was to take this opportunity, a huge thank you to everybody in the team that's been involved in putting this together in any way, shape or form. It's been a massive achievement, to be perfectly honest, what's been accomplished in a very small space of time with a very tiny little budget, especially when it was kind of ditched, I suppose, and there wasn't really any real effort put into it in the first place. It's not like they took on a load of plans. There wasn't any plans. So everything's been sort of started and formalized from the beginning, and that's a huge amount of respect needed for those people.
Yeah. Andy, can you drop the link in the private chat to the page? Because whatever I put in, I just end up with the group. It's a bit weird. I don't know why that is. So I mean, it's the same with this live streaming. I mean, this only we only kind of started planning this about 2 days ago, and
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, like that intro video and things like that. I finished making that at like 3 o'clock this morning or whenever it was. So all of this is very, very new. Yeah, come together at the very end. I mean, the outro video that we will close with later, I rendered that before I joined you on StreamYard, so everything is fresh. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of notice. Obviously, I mean, the original plan was that I would be there and this wouldn't happen. So, and I actually think, you know, as disappointing it is that I can't be there, this is much better for those people who can't attend also. And there are a lot of them. And I'm not just talking about because of the train strike. I mean, there's obviously hundreds of countries around the world now that can potentially be involved in some way, or at least just watch it back.
Yeah, were you going to give a talk, Andy?
No, not a talk. We all had an opportunity as a team, I think, to go on and say who you are and thanks very much for coming, so to speak. And I was potentially going to use my minute and a half, whatever it was, to talk about language. But no, I wasn't doing a speech.
All right, not a speech.
I was asked initially, and I said no. I was too modest. It's my own fault.
Well, feel free to publicize your book and say how it's available, especially because people on TikTok are listening.
I've got a copy of Are they all in the car? I think they might all be in the car. Oh no, I've got one.
I've usually got one around here too.
Just say it's stupid that I haven't actually got a copy, but they're all in the car. I've got one that's stuck to my wall with blue tack.
I read it every night. I do. I read it to Ruja, who is deaf.
Do you do the signs though? If you act out the noises, you'll know.
Oh so, yeah, you got to do that. Yeah. Well, as Jennifer will tell you, I'm a really good actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, loads of voices and
I'll leave the post-it note on. It's easier. So this is my book. It is blurry.
Oh, you're all blurred. You'll have to put it down. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's available from me.
Just tilt it back a little bit.
All right.
No, don't pull it back. Just tilt it back.
That's more light, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about it. I think
that's okay. So yeah, it's available from me. There is a few other places that stock it, but not many. You're better off if you want any sort of quantity coming to me directly. There is no set price. I normally say a minimum donation of 50p or whatever you feel comfortable with, as long as it doesn't cost me any money to send it to you and the postage is covered. I'm quite happy with whatever you're happy with, so to speak. But yeah, there's still quite a few copies left. I've shifted a few after March. Obviously, it's disappointing that I'm not going to be there because I think a lot of people wanted to take them rather than have them posted and all that sort of stuff because it obviously saves the fees. But it is what it is. But yeah, there's still plenty available if you want one. Aged from 18 months onwards, more than capable for a 3 or 4 year old to read by themselves. Very simple children's book that's just about milk and where it comes from.
I see. Okay. I want to show my although I've got this screen up now, haven't I?
Did you manage to find the Facebook, by the way?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that link worked fine. Yeah. So yeah, I think people wanted to meet you in person because they wanted to mug you and get all your books off you.
You want to do more money? Yeah.
Yeah. We used to do that in Dublin. We used to, a couple of the volunteers for the Vegan Information Project used to make T-shirts. They had lots of stencils, and they used to make T-shirts there and then on the spot, so people could have so they could have a say in how it looked and all that. And I got a brilliant picture of a little Diddy T-shirt that they made for a little kid. But they also did that about, well, there's no set price, just give us what you can afford and all that kind of stuff. And it kind of throws people a little bit that, I bet you found that if there's a set price, it's a lot easier for people.
Yeah, it is. And you find I actually did it because I hate the conversation, and actually it's created more conversation than before. Because people don't know, and they're like, well, what are you happy with? And I've said, well, minimum 50p. If you want to give me 50p, that's fine. That's why I've said it. Like, I'm not going to moan. I wouldn't say it otherwise. So like that's it. If you want to donate more, by all means. But that's kind of what I say. Minimum donation 50p.
Yeah, we do that.
Considering the prices of some of the other books I've seen around, is excellent.
It is. It's an excellent book, people. It's absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to I was wondering, should I, speaking of the VIP, should I show this film just to have a bit of a break?
Yeah, we can go with that. We go with that little film.
Yeah, and then
I've just updated the group, and there isn't any more. There's a couple of photos, but there's no more live videos. So
okay, yeah. Well, we've got about 10 minutes, so this one's 5. That'll give me time to go and make a cup of tea. So let's do that then, shall we?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to go for a wee as well.
Yeah, ignore all the adverts to that, folks.
Move beyond the marketplace and reach more buyers when you sell.
Oh, I can't do it. I was thinking that I might be able to. No, I was going to go back to that chalktivism thing, and I got no end of trouble because I couldn't do a G properly. I did this weird G, and everybody's having a real go on me about it. But yeah, so we must be getting close to when it starts, and so that's when we can expect quite a lot of live streams. So we'll have to presumably keep clearing the deck and everything, so we can load them back up. So the intro one. Do you want to get rid of the
that can go?
Those can go, can't they? Yeah. Should be quite good.
I can put up quickly whilst we're waiting as well. I can replay the tutorial video that I made last night that just shows anyone who isn't sure how to connect their live stream.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah,
it's only like a minute long, so I'll put that on. Where's it? This one. This is just a very short tutorial video for those who aren't sure how to go live as either part of the group or from their own profile. So first up, if you go into the National Animal Rights March group and you go on to tap new post like you would with anything else, if you were going to write a post or upload a photo, scroll down to the option that says live video. You'll get the screen pop up with your camera on it so that you can see what's in front of you, and it's a case of just tapping go live. And that's the easiest way to do this from the group. If you want to do it from your own personal profile, same again, tap on the post option. You'll need to tag the march this time, and that's really important because otherwise we won't know that you're live. And then it's just the same again, scrolling down to the go live option, tapping that, and you'll be live. As long as the National Animal Rights March is tagged within your post, we will get a notification and I can then stream your live stream, so to speak. But if you don't tag us, we won't get a notification. Whereas if you do it directly from the group, we will always get informed. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, and I hope this helps. So yeah, hopefully that's sort of answered some of the Facebook questions. If you want to contact us on Twitter, it's NARM_UK. I'm monitoring that as well. Like we mentioned earlier, the Instagram, there is a team member that's in control of the Instagram who may well update during the day, but personally I have no control over it. So if you want to get in touch with us, Instagram probably isn't the best one.
Okay. So while we're waiting, I want to indulge myself with it. I made this morning because there's all been that talk about animal loving coming back into the movement. And
Yeah.
so I thought I'd make this one to see what people think. Will it start? No, I've got to click it.
We respect animals. We respect right to live. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We respect animals. We respect our neighbours. We don't love our neighbours. We respect them. We respect their right to live. Right to live. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We respect. We're not animal lovers. Right to live. We're not animal lovers. We respect animals. We respect our neighbours. We don't love our neighbours. We respect them. We respect their right to live. We're not animal lovers.
Yeah, a bit of indulgence there.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I thought it's important to get that message out, really, isn't it? Because it's a bit weird. I think it's because of the. It's a bit odd from my generation because we kind of rejected that kind of language. So to see it coming back is a little bit weird, really. But there you go.
Yeah.
Ooh. So, is there anything happening? That's what I want to know.
No.
Oh.
The answer. No, I was expecting to be overwhelmed with live streams, and at the moment, that doesn't seem to be the case. Although it is literally just 12:30.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, and it's bound to be late. Even the later start is bound to be late anyway. So yeah. That's right.
Very true. But yes, so at the moment, no, I will keep refreshing and keep checking the tags. But at the moment, it's just people saying thank you, and a couple of people that aren't able to attend that are watching the live stream. That's pretty much it. There isn't any lives at the moment. There isn't even any videos or anything that have gone up that are worth me grabbing.
Well, if you're feeling bored, you're only as bored as the people waiting for the march to start. So
yeah, that's very true. And if you're watching, it means you're sat at the comfort of your own home too. You're not stood around waiting for someone to say, right, let's finally go.
Yeah, that's a hard
You can
sell.
go to the toilet whenever you wish.
Yeah. Well, you can't do that in London, can you?
No, right. And I mean, if it's anything like the last time I went, you have to pay in some of these places as well to go for a week.
Well, it's that wouldn't be that bad if you can actually get in.
Oh yeah, if you can actually find somewhere where you can go.
Yeah,
but I think some of them are like 50 pence to use the toilet.
Hey Deb, welcome. We're just to let you know, we're just waiting for the march to actually start moving, and that's when we're expecting to get some live streams together. Andy made the point before that people might be a bit conscious about their battery life, so it could be that a lot of them will wait for the speeches, probably, or as we're all getting together. So so there's that bit. We shall see. Once again, if anybody wants to join us, feel free. In fact, I think Ronnie might be coming up.
Yeah, I think if so, it'll be Ronnie and Louise that are going to join us for a little bit. I'm not sure what time, but they're more than welcome.
So that's the StreamYard link, people. That actually gets you into our green room. So that means you've got to have all your makeup on, all the lights. Yeah, but you will find some vegan champagne in the green room. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, plenty of avocados and almonds as well. Just add them again.
Yeah, and
obviously your cut of all the fees, because we've been making some serious money selling them for all these years, and it's only a vegan problem. So obviously only the vegans get the share of the profits.
Morgan will be there going, "Don't touch those."
It comes down to he knows the truth about that at the end of the day. He's obviously got researchers and people that pass him this information. I mean, he claims that he reads these articles in The Guardian and stuff. Well, they don't make these bogus claims that he does. So he reads the entire article and then just cherry picks the information. But he knows what he's doing. It goes back into what we were talking about earlier. He knows how to antagonize one part of the audience and appease the other part, which is exactly what he does.
Yeah, well, it's all to do with popular journalism, I suppose, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, but I mean, as much as I don't want to give him any compliments, it is smart when you think about it. If you've got essentially a personality that no matter who you speak to or what the subject is, some part of the audience are always going to hate you and be annoyed by whatever you say, and the other part of the audience are going to agree with you. You've kind of your win-win. You're always going to be talked about. You're always going to be headlines. You're always going to be, even if it's negative promotion, you're still getting free promotion all the time. So it's actually quite smart. I mean, we talk about him, so it works.
If there's anybody on the march watching, you can answer this. We think it's going to be not too bad. It's
yeah. I checked the forecast earlier and it looked okay. 10% chance of rain, so hopefully that's a 0%.
Yeah, it was. Well, the thing is, the forecast for yesterday in Dublin was no rain, but it still didn't stop it.
Oh, okay. Well, I think there will be a heavy shower if it does rain. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's got a 50% here in Dublin, and tomorrow when we're out on the street, there's 40%. So that's not great, but we'll see. At least we've got a sheltered area. We've got this one of the best places you could do outreach you can think of.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Yeah, I completely forgot it was Saturday today.
Oh, yeah.
It's Friday for some reason. Yeah.
I remember, in the 1980s, this guy came up to our stall in Liverpool at the time, and he was saying that other primates.
I've not seen that one before, Paul. That's a new one on me.
Yeah.
Because vegans eat bananas, we are responsible for monkeys going extinct. Well, where do they get monkeys' dietary choices from? Like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon? Are you kidding? That's a new one on me. I've not heard that one before. That's quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, we get blamed for everything, don't we?
I'm not sure how many bananas vegans are consuming, but clearly quite a few.
Oh, I think it's most of the world.
Clearly, yeah, it must be
production. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. So
we've obviously got some money that none of us know about because we don't have to spend some money on products.
Yeah, there was somebody on TikTok who said, in all seriousness, that vegans were responsible for the entire Californian almond industry.
Yeah.
You know, so
it beggars belief, to be honest, that you could be that ignorant. Even in terms of basic maths, even if you've got a bias and you hate vegans and you hate the whole concept, just in terms of basic maths, you must be thinking, well, that doesn't work out. That doesn't add up.
Well, what's the biggest one in the vegan world about ignorance of the general public? It's still got to be presumably about pregnancy and lactation, surely.
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
the amount of people, grown adults, that you still speak to, and they still genuinely think that a cow just produces milk for fun, and yeah, that's but when you actually try and discover where that process has come from, most of them don't know. Most of them can't remember where they learned that particular idea, and it didn't extend anywhere else. But yeah, a lot of people still sadly have got that belief.
Yeah, well, I've got the Mud Puddle Farm books over there, and they're responsible for that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I always think. The children's books, the children's TV programs, that sort of thing. That's where this indoctrination comes from. Because I've had conversations before where they said, "Oh, well, I got taught it at school," and I'm like, "Well, I've gone through my eldest's biology book and stuff, and he's being taught about mammals. He's not being taught that a cow's special." That's coming afterwards. That's coming outside. That's not an education that's doing that. That's marketing that's doing that. That's coming from all these other places. And I do think children's books and TV programs are one of the worst for it, because they just normalize all this stuff. And they've got no gain. I mean, when you think of, say, like CBeebies or a children's book or the book that inspired me to write my book, they're not necessarily being released by the meat and dairy industry. They're just a random person that's an author, but their understanding is warped, and therefore the understanding that they pass on to everyone else is warped, and that's kind of how this works. But yeah, I mean, I would defend for once the British education system, in the sense that no one's being taught this at school. This is your telly and your tablet, and probably not a book anymore.
I'm getting a bit worried about you today, Andy. You're giving compliments to Piers Morgan, and now you're defending the British education system.
This is what, but I mean, we kind of have to look at this fairly and say the education system aren't responsible for this. They're teaching, they're teaching in the same way that they would about us. They're teaching the standardized. We're all mammals. We're warm-blooded. We produce live young. We feed them milk. They're not saying, oh, by the way, there's an exception to this in the form of a bovine, especially these particular breeds of bovine. Then there's none of this. This is coming from outside. Yeah. Chance cloudy changing. That'll do. That's fine.
It seems all right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Early evening. Hopefully, we'll give them time for their picnic to be dry as well.
Do you know anything about the stage arrangements and everything for the talks?
Not as much as I should probably, but also because I haven't had to have anything to do with it. Alan is in control of all of that, and I'm quite sort of confident in his capable hands. But yes, I know essentially
that's called passing the buck.
Well, I mean, it's what he kind of does for a living, isn't it? Performs live music. So I mean, there's no one more experienced in that regard. However, the one thing that we did struggle a little bit with, which would be nice to organise for next year, was obviously, without having this show, if Ronnie was just going to be performed his video, say, we didn't have a screen. So it would have been audio only. Whereas at least today, I mean, we can play that shortly if you want to, because there's no live stream or anything. But at least we can showcase the video. Whereas there it would have been audio only. There is no screen to project onto or to display or anything like that. I mean, they have got one that they were going to use, a small screen for outreach, but it wouldn't have been any good for the amount of people that need to be able to watch it.
Right. Okay.
So this provides a benefit that obviously we wouldn't have been able to accomplish there no matter what. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's just a sound system, speakers, everybody can hear, a couple of microphones, but nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy. Do you know what? So my thing is not being played there. It's just being played here. Is that
played
right?
Here? Yeah. Same as Ronnie's now is no longer being played there, as far as I'm aware. It's just being played here because it would be audio only there.
Oh, right. Okay. So that's interesting. Yeah. Let me just, while we're here, we can do a bit of advertising for this, maybe, in the sense that this is Vegan Island Radio. It should be, if I can get it in. There we go. So I think that's tomorrow. Premieres in 30 hours. So it's the Vegan Island Radio Ronnie Lee interview. So
and whilst we're on it, and you can see it in the screen, I don't know why I'm pointing because you can't see, but the Kate J one that's on there as well, that's a really good interview and conversation if anyone wants to go and listen to that.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll be one to look forward to tomorrow. But yeah, we've got a video from Ronnie, which is essentially his speech. We also have yours, so we can play either of those at any time.
I mean, Andy, I wonder what Ronnie's going to say.
No, well, I'm not sure. So unpredictable. Could be anything.
It could be, couldn't it? I mean, it can be a little bit unpredictable with Big Ron.
Oh, we've got a live now. They're just starting. Okay.
Ooh.
Hang on.
Okay. So this is the bit where Andy's in charge now, folks. Because I've got no idea technically what he's doing right now. But...
Any mistakes are all me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's me passing the buck this time.
Okay, so this is an actual live stream, so we can go directly to this if you want.
Yeah. Go on then. That's exciting. Come on the march. No excuse for animal use. I noticed that's one of the chants, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a blank screen so far.
It's still blank. It should be playing. It's not playing.
Okay.
Let me refresh it. Hang on.
Okay. Well, I can see it in the green room, so it might. Okay, when you go onto the... that's it now, I think, maybe. Add to stream. Got any sound?
Can you not hear it?
No.
Wonder why the sound's not coming through. Oh, I can download that. It's finished. Hang on.
Oh, right. You might need to download it to get the sound.
Yeah, possibly. I'll download that one right now, and then
do that, and then we can. That'll act as a bit of a test then, because we weren't quite sure about that part of it, were we? Learning as we go. If learning is the right word to what we're doing.
Yeah, we're definitely learning. Okay, I didn't realize that it wouldn't play the sound. I'm not sure why, but I guess it's because it's in the same window as we are. But maybe next time I'll open it in a completely different window.
Do we need to? Well, us muting wouldn't make any difference, would it?
No. But what I mean is, normally I open things in a different window. This was in the tab just on the same one, so it might have been because of that.
Oh, right. Is that code for you messed up?
I did.
All right.
Or at least learned something, so we know that doesn't work, and I'll try it the next time.
Yeah.
I've downloaded this video anyway, so we should be able to watch it now as it was. Hang on, I've got too many of these now. I'll have to remove some of these.
Yeah, you need to clear the deck a little bit. I can't do it from this end.
This one.
Vanity is not an excuse. Vanity is not an excuse. One struggle, one fight.
Human freedom, animal rights.
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 Please take a leaf as you go by. Catch up in our human being state to be kind to animals. Should you still
That
feel
looks good.
compassion
That
in
looks
our
good.
lives? We still see animals as we did as children. Friends, not food, not fashion. Please take a leaflet, educate yourselves. We're here to help the animals. We love animals just like you. We've not lost our compassion. Don't want to see them go through pain, torture, fear, stabbed to death. Animal skin is not passion.
All right, that's the
That's the end of that one.
Well, at least we know we can get sound now, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah. I think what I'll do is, unless they're a particularly long live, I will just download them. It's clearer then. We don't have to wait for it to buffer or anything, and they download pretty quick.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you say unless it's a particular, but I mean, if you don't do it, we won't hear it, will we?
Well, I'll still stream them anyway in that other window. I mean, we can test that. I don't know if that doesn't work.
Oh yeah, test that then. That would be an interesting one to
Hang on,
do.
let me remove this first, then, and then let me find another one, and we'll test it that way.
Yeah, open a new window, and then yeah. So then you're streaming something that you haven't downloaded.
Yes.
Just
to test whether we can definitely get the sound to work, because that's a bit disappointing otherwise.
Yeah. I'll have a quick look at Instagram while you're doing that.
Yeah, I'd check on the Instagram because that's not one that I'm monitoring at all, in fairness. Well, I've got a lot of windows now.
Yeah, that's always a problem. It's pretty taxing on the old computer. But the best thing to do is when you're not using anything is close it down, really.
Yeah. So if I add that one, that's the wrong live stream. That sound?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, it works in the new window then.
Can you make it bigger? The window.
Only that big. Unless they flick the camera.
Yeah. Funny, that's changed now, isn't it? You used to always have to have it, like, now people mainly do it. Almost 21s. What does that mean, Andy? That's young person talk.
All those 21s.
All those 2 1s? I thought you'd know.
Yeah, that's a better view. Anyway, but then.
animal abuse. For animal abuse. For animal abuse. There's no excuse for animal abuse. There's no excuse for animal abuse. There's no excuse for animal abuse. Not your milk. Your mother, not your milk. Not your mother, not your milk. Not your mother, not your milk.
They seem to want to talk to you, Andy.
No. Give a shout out, and that's the end of that one.
Yeah, okay. Coming up next, what's that? Is that one that is just?
I think that's an MBR video. That's why I stopped it, 'cause I think it's automatically going to play.
Okay. Do you know, I'm really unsure about the videos on Facebook. I hardly ever watch a video on Facebook.
And I have noticed that with Facebook, it kind of just will play something really random afterwards.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just watched that video. It's someone taking their dog for a walk around Camp Eagle, so not that helpful to today.
Okay. Seems a bit of an odd thing to do, but in a way. But how long is the march going to physically take, do you know?
It's about an hour and a half-ish, I think.
Okay.
Maybe slightly less.
How long is it?
How long is I think it's about 3 miles, isn't it? Something like 3.5 miles, the actual walk. But I think they aim to get there for about 2 p.m.-ish. No, I heard it. I was amazed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, delighted.
Fame at last.
Know that I exist, to be honest. But yeah. But it was better than some of the other chants anyway. So
yeah, there was a couple of dodgy chants there, but
I think we just
yeah, we'll sweep them under the carpet, I think.
Yes. Education, that's the key, and there's lots of flyers being given out that will hopefully maybe fix some of that. But yeah, maybe whilst we're waiting for the next one to come up or whatever, do you want to play Ronnie's video, Ronnie's speech?
I'd love to. I can't wait. Personally,
and then we'll go back to some more footage, and then we'll put yours on afterwards.
How long is it?
Let me just double check. Ronnie's
time for a wee
18 minutes of Ronnie.
18 minutes of Ronnie. Can we cope, people? Can we cope? That's the word.
Yes, 18 minutes. Right.
Hey.
Here we go.
Hello everybody. I was very much looking forward to taking part in the National Animal Rights March to affirm the rights of other animals, to demand that those rights be respected and that they be recognised in law. I was also looking forward to making a speech at the rally. Unfortunately, though, I'm not able to be with you in person because we have a number of elderly rescued cats at home, and a couple of them have serious health problems for which they need care and medication throughout the day, and I have to be at home to look after them. I hope that today will be successful, and I hope that lots of people will be made aware of the animal rights message. Lots of people will be educated to become vegan through seeing the banners and the placards and through being given leaflets along the route of the march. Of course, the march today will no doubt be smaller than we all hoped because of the rail strike, and also smaller than it would have been had the organisers had more opportunity to promote it. And I think we owe a big debt of gratitude to the people who've organised the march, because they took it on at such short notice. But no matter how many people were on this march, even if it were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even if the numbers on this march ran into the millions, there is sadly one thing we could be sure of, and that is this government we have in power would take no notice of our demands for the rights of other animals to be recognised. We know that because the government is a speciesist and human supremacist administration, as have all the governments we've ever had here. And so all our efforts to bring about really meaningful progress in terms of properly protecting other animals seem always to come to nothing. And if we look back over the years as to what we've ever got from governments, it's been very tiny compared to the number of animals that suffer and are slaughtered, exploited and oppressed at the hands of the human species. An estimated 8 billion other animals are slaughtered every year to feed the UK population. And then we have the almost 3 million animals tortured in vivisection laboratories, all the animals that suffer and die because of hunting, because of animal racing, because of adverse human impact on the environment, because of circuses, because of zoos, and all the other ways in which animals are exploited. And yet, what have we ever got over the years? We've had a so-called ban on hunting, which is a very weak piece of legislation, which is not properly enforced. We have had a ban on fur farming, but fur products are still allowed to be imported into and sold in the UK. So we've really only ever had very small crumbs off the table in terms of what successive governments in the UK have done to protect other animals. And so we need to be thinking, are we going about this in the right way? Is it a good idea to be constantly banging our heads against the brick wall of speciesist governments when all that seems to get broken are our own heads and indeed our own hearts, rather than that wall itself? Instead of trying constantly to force concessions from governments that are totally opposed to what we believe in, should we not be thinking of how we ourselves can actually become the governments? Shouldn't we be thinking of how we ourselves can be the ones in charge, can be the ones in control. Instead of having people in charge and in control who are never ever going to do anything meaningful to protect other animals. And if we are indeed going to become the people who are in charge, if we are indeed going to be the people who will properly take measures to protect other animals, who will end animal agriculture, who will end the fishing industry, will put an end to all animal experiments, to all hunting, to all zoos and animal racing, to properly protect the natural world and the habitats of other animals and take proper measures to combat the climate crisis, which is at this very moment killing billions of animals that inhabit the natural world. If we're ever going to be able to take measures to combat all those things, then it is us that have to be the ones in charge. So our approach has really to be very different to what it has been for the most part over decades and decades of campaigning. So how do we create a situation where we are the ones that run the show? Well, if you look how governments are elected, governments are formed by members of parliaments who represent constituencies which exist in local areas throughout the UK. And it is people in those constituencies who vote for those members of parliaments who then go to Westminster to decide what are the laws under which we will be governed. It is ordinary people who vote for those members of parliament. So if we want people elected to governments who will properly care about other animals, who will be anti-speciesist, who will be anti-human supremacist, who will believe in animal liberation. If we want people like that, we have to radically change the mindset of a large number of ordinary people. And by changing their mindset, I mean, of course, educating them to become vegan, and to become vegan in terms of what it properly means to be vegan, which is not just about diet, but which is about adopting a philosophy of animal liberation and a philosophy of opposition to all forms of the oppression and exploitation of animals. And if we have more vegans, of course, we will have more vegan politicians, because there will be some of those vegans who want to be politicians. So the more vegans we can create, the more vegan politicians we will have, and the more vegans there will be to vote those politicians into office. So if we can create enough vegans, we can totally change the political landscape here in the United Kingdom. And indeed, this applies to all countries throughout the world, so this could be something that occurs worldwide. What is vital if we want to achieve animal liberation is that we make a far greater effort and a far more widespread efforts to educate other people to become vegan. And you may think that this is a huge task, and it is by no means going to be something that is easily done. But what we have to remember is we do not have to educate everybody to become vegan. The present awful government we have in the UK was elected by only 29% of people eligible to vote. And they got into power with a large majority. So we're not looking at educating everyone to go vegan. We're probably looking at something in the region of 25%. Now that's still a huge number, but it is by no means as difficult as having to educate everyone. And I believe it is something that it's achievable, and I believe that it is something we have to do if we are ever going to achieve animal liberation. It's great that all of you are here today. It's great that all of you have made an effort, despite the difficulties of transport, to be in London for this march. It's absolutely wonderful that you're able to take part, because this is a form of activism, a very important form of activism, and a very important form of vegan activism in terms of educating other people. But we all need to do far more than this. And what I want you, all of you here, to think about is when this march is over and you go back to the various places where you live, to think
Why is that stopped?
I don't know.
Moment, some very good vegan outreach does take place, but it tends to happen mainly in the centre of big cities. And that's obviously not enough. We need vegan outreach everywhere, not just in the centre of big cities, but in the suburbs of those cities, in small cities, in towns, even in villages. We need as many vegans as possible to take the vegan message right down to community level in the places where they live. So my message is this, and it is not just a message to you that are listening to my speech here in London. It's a message also to all those vegans who will be listening to it when it is shared on social media. If you are vegan but not an activist, if you are vegan but you are not active in spreading the vegan message, then become active. Because as a vegan, you are somebody who believes in animal liberation. But how will animal liberation be achieved while so many people aren't vegan? So I would urge all non-active vegans to become active in spreading the vegan message. That is something people can do just on their own.
We seem to have a glitch here, Andy.
Leave leaflets in public places, in books in libraries, in waiting rooms, on public transport. There's all sorts of ways you can spread the vegan message in your every on public transport. There's all sorts of ways you can spread the vegan message in your everyday life. But more importantly, become an organizer and an instigator of vegan outreach in your local areas and encourage other vegans to get involved with you in events and other ways of spreading the vegan message. Because if enough of us can get involved in spreading veganism as much as possible and in as many places as possible, I believe we can totally change the administration in this country to one that wants to properly protect other animals, and that we can achieve animal liberation.
You're muted again, I think.
Sorry. Sorry. I can only imagine it might be my internet. It's doing a lot at the moment, streaming in all these places. So I think that's potentially the problem, because there's no issue with the video. It plays fine.
No, it's it is that, I think.
Because I noticed that I had 11 tabs open in this one and 7 open in another one, and then I've got 2 other computers that are streaming at the same time. So we're a bit heavy on my Wi-Fi today. That's all.
Yeah, it also could be if you've got a lot of tabs open, same as StreamYard. That could be the problem. I've
just closed all of the ones that I can get away with closing. So.
Yeah, I've just done that as well. Oh, speak of the devil.
Oh.
Speak of the devil.
Just missed yourself. Just in time for the rain here as well.
All right. Okay.
Hi there. Well, I just tuned in and I saw me on there.
Yeah, you saw yourself.
I've only just been able to whenever Paulie Cats is I'm having real problems getting her to eat, and I have to sit next to her and coax her to eat food. So that's been taking up a lot of my time this morning. Then I had to, because I was up so early, I had to go and have a sleep. So I've only just had a chance to join in, and I'm going to have to go off fairly soon as well to feed more cats. So I think that's going to be my day today for a large part.
We're lucky to have you whilst we have then.
Yes, yeah. I'll be back later after they're fed. How long is this going on for? Is it until the end of the March?
At least sort of 4:30 sort of time.
Oh yeah, well I'll definitely be back. Definitely back before that. Well, long before then, I hope, and maybe Louise as well. I think she might come and join in at some stage as well.
We're not going until we've got animal liberation, Ronnie.
Oh no, right? Wow, well.
Yeah, we're sitting here until it's achieved.
We'll be home for tea then.
Yeah, we're just going to go. Come on.
So
we're waiting.
I saw a brief live stream of the march. How many do you think are taking part?
Quite a few. In this live I'm watching right now, I can see Wendy. In fact.
Yeah, that's brilliant, because it did look pretty good. Because of course,
there's more there from what I can see than what I expected, which is great.
Yeah, it kind of seemed a little bit like that to me, because you always worry that like you're only going to get kind of 50 or something. you know, like
can you let us see those while we're chatting?
Yeah. I'm just downloading. I've got 2 to play, and I've got just downloading this one.
Yeah, because I mean, we can always chat if it's silent anyway, couldn't we? So
hang on. So,
and are people doing what you asked, which is tagging you and that?
Yeah, I am starting to get some tags coming through now. So
that's good.
Yes, yeah, quite noisy.
Seems to be.
Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Animal Rights March in London, Saturday the 26th of August.
Let's go past.
So we're setting off now down Oxford Street. This is about animal liberation for all animals. Yes, that includes animal testing for so-called medical research. It is not the mouse versus the sick child. It's the sick child versus politics and company profits. There have been human species-specific methods around for decades, and they're not being used. Bills and EDMs have been kicked out of Parliament, and that's one of the reasons why we're on this march today. We also want the world to go vegan. We want the world to see just how barbaric the animal industries are, all of them, whether it's the food industry, the so-called medical research, vivisection industry, all of it, fair, zoos, circuses, everything. At the moment, they're chanting, "Not your mum, not your milk." Now that's a reference to the dairy cows. Now the dairy cows suffer horrifically. A female is forced to go through the dairy cows suffer yearly pregnancies. They are put on a rape rack. A farmer masturbates a bull, and then inseminates a female. So the animals, the cows are pregnant year on year. They have the calves taken away from them, and it happens year on year. until the cows are slaughtered whilst pregnant. So now it's animals want to be free just like us. They certainly do. And we've got a good banner here. Blood on your hands, corpse munchers. That's quite a derogatory term for a meat eater. We have to keep remembering that people who eat meat are not bad people. They've just been so heavily conditioned. I used to eat meat. I went vegan 25 years ago, but I hold my hand up to it. I was once a meat eater. I'm glad I'm not now. My only regret is that I want a vegan from Bear. So we're now going down Roxett Street. Unseen they suffer, unheard they cry, in agony they linger. That's that placard there, absolutely right. Yeah, people don't recognise it, they think that the slaughterhouse is a calm place, they think that organic meat is okay, and it certainly isn't, because the slaughterhouse is exactly the same place, regardless of whether it's organic, so-called free range. Free range is a con in itself. We want justice for the animals. So there's quite a few curious onlookers, as you can see. Vegan for our planet. And we will get a vegan world one day. It might not happen in my time, but it will happen, because justice does win through. When you look at how things used to be in medieval times, how we used to torture human beings then. Now, as for those who enjoy killing animals, you've got to realise that there's a psychological link between harming animals and harming humans. So if you know somebody who's a hunter, they may have been heavily conditioned, but think on, if somebody's bloodthirsty for animals, then it can become humans.
Animals do not want to die.
Yeah, great to listen to a good old northern voice there, Andy. I think you might be muted again. Muted. You're muted.
I'm gonna have to think about. But yeah, this is 45 minutes long, this actual video. So I was going to scroll towards the end a little bit. I should have found this one at the very beginning. Sadly, I didn't get the notification, because this is more or less the start of the march, and
them in the animal industry end up getting.
But for anyone interested, this is a lady on Facebook called Sandra Dawson.
Not your mum, not your milk. Not your mum, not your milk. Not your mum, not your milk.
Not your mum, not your milk again, with reference to the dairy cows. And the industry's similar for the goats as well. I know goat milk isn't as common as cow's milk, but it's still the same story.
Not food, it's violence. Not food, it's violence. It's not food, it's violence. We want freedom for the animals. We want justice for the animals. We want freedom. justice. Go vegan. Go vegan. We want freedom.
Yes, Deborah, I wish you were with us as well, but I'm sure you're here in spirit. Been explaining to viewers that there's a lot of problems with trains at the moment due to train strikes. A lot of people who wanted to come haven't been able to, and obviously, as usual, some people are ill, some are working, whatever.
Animals love their babies, just like us.
Yeah, animals love their babies just like us, and we take away the babies. It happens in the dairy industry, but it happens in the other animal industries as well. Babies are just taken away. No such thing as human murder. That says not your mum, not your milk.
Remember to unmute myself. I have got one more video, but I can save that for a little bit because there doesn't seem to be any more lives just at the moment.
Right. They must be halfway there by now.
Yeah, they can't be too far away from towards the last segment now. It's been sort of half one.
Yeah, so they've been marching for about an hour, right? So
yeah, just slightly over an hour, I think, from when they started. It looked like they started about 25 past from some of these videos.
All right, okay, that's good. Groovy. So I imagine by the time everybody gets there, there'll be a bit of milling around before the talks start, I would think.
Yeah, I suppose, obviously, I don't know how many people there are for a start. It's kind of difficult to tell, but I suppose it depends how long it takes for the back to finally get to the front, so to speak, and then everyone to find somewhere to stand.
For the back to get to the front.
Like I said, it's difficult to see in terms of numbers. It'd be nice if someone had a bit of drone footage or something, but looking at that one live then from where she was in about the middle and looking down the road left and right, sort of front and back, it looked like there's a decent amount of people there.
Yeah, well, I know, kind of understandably because of the rail strikes, I know you were worried about that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, but it doesn't seem, or people have found other ways of getting there. It doesn't seem to have had the detrimental fact that we were worried about, not at all. No, in fact, if you want to, we can put your speech on in a moment, and then I'll save some of these other little bits because all of these are like 20 seconds, 15 seconds, and I'll put a bit together as a compilation afterwards. Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out if I've got it because I've
definitely got it. If you haven't, that's not a problem. I
was just thinking that it would help you not have to tax your machine too much, but I can't seem to find it straight. I saw it this morning. Funny enough.
Don't worry, I've got everything in that regard.
Okay, yeah, well, best for you to do it then.
Yeah, there we go. There's your speech. So let me just double check. There's nothing live. No. Okay, we go with that now then.
Hey, National Animal Rights March 2023. Hello, Earthlings. I hope you are having a great day. Now, I'm pretty confident that you're standing, sitting, or whatever you're doing in a very sunny London, and I'm also pretty confident that I'm speaking to you from a very sunny. Well, we could have been too optimistic there, Andy. Today, I want to explore who we are as a social justice movement. What are our values?
Minimized every tab.
What were the hopes and aspirations, for example, of those who began the vegan movement in 1944 at the end of the Second World War? Yes, it's true. 1944. That the movement was begun less than 10 years ago by Joey Carbstrong and Earthling Ed, then I'm afraid you've been misled somewhere along the line. A good place to start, and I'm pretty confident about this too, to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham, first published in 1789. Now, this is a very famous footnote. In fact, you could say it might be one of the most famous footnotes that there is. And the end of it reads this, and I'm sure you're familiar with this. The question is not Of course, Bentham was talking about animals other than human animals, and so I'll just call them other animals from now on. Can they suffer, was the question. Well, yes, they can, and human animals can as well. So, what do we do about their suffering? Now, this is when we can begin to Right, folks, I think we're going to try to switch this to my machine because Andy's got so much work on. He's doing most of the heavy lifting in this present today. So I'll try to see if I can transfer to this one and see if it makes any sense. Okay, so that's what my screen looks like. Let's see if we can get it going. 2023. Hello, Earthlings. I hope you are having a great day. Now, I'm pretty confident that you're standing, sitting, or whatever you're doing in a very sunny London. And I'm also pretty confident that I'm speaking to you from a very sunny Dublin in Ireland. So whether that's all true or not, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see the weather, won't we? Okay. Now, I've been a vegan activist since 1979, so I'm very interested in the All right, so we've got no sound. Okay, this is, well, I could hear the sound, but nobody else apparently. So that's not going to work either, Andy. So it looks like
No, I could hear it for the first few minutes. It was a little bit lower than my one, but I could definitely hear it, and then it just stopped.
Yeah. That's weird then. So I'm not quite sure what to do now then.
I mean, I've closed a few things, so I can try again.
Yeah. Okay. We're because that was going straight from my output to Wondershare thing. So I don't understand why you couldn't get any sound though.
Yeah, I'll have time again about here-ish.
Not can they reason, nor can they talk, but can they suffer? Of course, Bentham was talking about animals other than human animals, and so I'll just call them other animals from now on. Can they suffer, was the question. Well, yes, they can, and human animals can as well. So, what do we do about their suffering? Now, this is when we can begin to tease out some of the most important differences between animal welfare is what to do about other animal suffering. The animal welfare movement wants to regulate and reduce the amount of suffering of other animals. On the other hand, the animal rights movement wants to abolish that cause that suffering. So which camp, so to speak, does the vegan social movement fall into? Well, an early indication of that
Let me put something else on for a minute and we'll see if we can fix it, yeah.
Yeah. I'm bored of seeing that guy anyhow, so
I've got another one I can chuck on. But I'm not sure why that's struggling the way that it is, because I've closed pretty much every tab that I'm not using, and I mean that's a pre-recorded video. I'm not actually technically streaming that from anywhere. That's why I downloaded them all.
All right. Okay. I've reason.
The only other thing that I can quickly try is doing it this way.
Nor can they talk, but can they suffer? Of course, Bentham was talking about animals other than human animals, and so I'll just call them other animals from now on. Can they suffer, was the question. Well, yes, they can. Andy, figured it out. It's when you mute yourself when the sound goes. The question is what to do about other animal suffering.
So you can't hear the echo?
The animal welfare movement wants to regulate and reduce the amount of suffering of other animals. On the other hand, the animal rights movement wants to abolish, completely end the uses of other animals that cause that suffering. So which camp? It's gone again. This is so weird. An early indication of that came in 1945, when Donald Watson, who is the best known of the co-founders of our movement, said that veganism is about opposing the exploitation of sentient life, opposing the exploitation of those who can suffer. Leslie Cross, another of our pioneers, was rather blunt about this question in the 1950s. Leslie Cross was probably responsible more than any other vegan pioneer for what we now know as vegan philosophy. And so Cross said that veganism is not about welfare as much as it is about liberation. That we're not welfarist, we're liberators. It was not looking for the welfare of other animals, the vegan movement. It's looking for the freedom of other animals. That's what vegans are all about, bringing about freedom. In 1951, Leslie Cross wrote, "The aim is not to make the present relationship between human and animal more tolerable, but to abolish it and replace it by something more worthy." By the time we get into the 1960s, 1964, Eva Batt, another pioneer, said that veganism is about a way of living which avoids exploitation of other animals, of humans, and even of the soil. And providing something of a summary in the 1990s, Kat Clemens said that veganism is about having a consistent approach to human rights and animal rights, ecology, and world food problems. Going back to Donald Watson, he often argued that veganism was the greatest cause on Earth. It's the only one, for example, that can save humanity, he said. And in 1992, at an international vegan festival, Kathleen Janaway, yet another one of our founders, said that veganism was such a big idea that it could and would end human and other animal exploitation, it would end poverty and also war. So sociologist Matthew Cole, writing in 2014 in a chapter entitled "The Greatest Cause on Earth," said that right from the beginning, veganism had interconnected goals. The non-exploitation of other animals, of course, an emancipated vegan self, as he put it, and a compassionate human society. For Cole, then, veganism is about the transformation of human beings and the transformation of human society. So, according to those people who founded our movement, vegans are liberators, not welfarists. And Leslie Cross, although not extensively, did talk about the rights of other animals as well. So, if we move forward to now and the 21st century, how are we doing? How is the vegan movement doing in the present time? Well, Donald Watson was once asked to assess the progress of humanity. How would he mark it, as it were? And he said that we could do better. So if we had to mark the modern day vegan movement and the modern day animal movement, likewise, could do better would be an appropriate thing to say. We could and we should do much better than we're doing right now. The language of social movements is a good indicator of its values. The language of a movement is incredibly, incredibly important. Social movements are claims makers. We make claims in society about the things that are important to us, about the things that we want to do and things that we want to change, etc. The things that we say, our language carries our values, it articulates our aims and aspirations. Now, the current dominant word in the vegan movement is cruelty, followed closely by words such as abuse and ideas such as have mercy. So judging by the language we use presently, the vegan movement wants to reduce the cruelty and abuse of other animals rather than liberate other animals by ending their exploitation. So meme after meme after meme after meme, we see the same welfare slogan: don't be cruel, don't abuse. Now, this is the language of the humane movement, people. In Britain, this is precisely the language of the RSPCA, the prevention of cruelty to other animals. But the RSPCA is, of course, not a vegan group. The RSPCA are not animal liberators. The RSPCA was set up, its very purpose is to regulate and not abolish animal use. So this begs a very, very big question. Why are we vegans using the language of the RSPCA instead of the language of animal rights and animal liberation? I believe that the modern day vegan movement needs to recapture the radicalism, the revolutionary fever, if you want, of the people who co-founded our movement. In 2003, Donald Watson, near the end of his life, wrote to yet another co-founder, Arthur Ling, saying that veganism by definition claims to help animals and people, and that the vegan society must do its part in bringing it about. The vegan movement must play a central role. But tragically, the modern day vegan movement is sadly letting down the people who began the movement. This means that, again, tragically, we have an animal rights movement in name only. The word rights is a rhetorical thing in our movement. It's not central to the way we think about it. It's a really sad thing. I believe that we can turn this sorry state around. And I believe, and I'm sure that Donald Watson, Elsie Shrigley, Eva Batt, Leslie Cross, Kathleen Janaway, Faye Henderson, and many, many others of the early vegans also believe that we can indeed do better. So let's try to make them proud of us again. The revolutionary values of early veganism. Let's recapture it. Okay, people, that's enough for me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And Earthlings, be good, and I'll see you again.
That worked better. So I don't think it is actually like a CPU problem. I think it's a StreamYard issue or an internet issue, because that played absolutely fine just using VLC. It's only when I try and bring in the video as a file that it seems to struggle with it.
Yeah, I think it is something like that, because we do know that StreamYard is very heavy on the processors. So yeah, it's I don't in that sense, I'm not quite sure why it's so popular. I know that a lot of people switched to Restream at one point, and then that seems to have disappeared quite a bit now. So
yeah, I suppose it's because it's very easy to use, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think Restream was almost exactly the same.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and also even the free version, you could stream to more than one place.
Oh, right.
So yeah, so it had advantages, but I haven't heard anybody mention it for months now, so I don't know whether it's still being used.
No, it's not one that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I'm sure Joanna will know about it, but I don't know whether people have switched to something else. I know some of the regular YouTubers seem to kind of try different ones every now and again.
Yeah,
yeah. You know? So
no, I'm not sure, because I know you can normally see sometimes in their videos that they've got the little duck or whatever in the corner. So I know quite a few people use StreamYard.
That is true, yeah, and that's the free version too.
Yeah, that's as I say, because that's got the watermark, hasn't it? So yeah, that's the free version.
Yeah. Yeah, so some of the richer influencers still use free versions of stuff. Don't want to be spending money on quality now, folks.
No. Not naming any names or anything, but especially the people that say that you fund their activism. Yeah, they don't pay for anything. It's free.
Right. So how are we doing? Are you keeping?
I've got at least one more video. Or maybe two more videos.
You got a good impression where they are now?
They can't be too far from the end. And I mean, I don't know London well enough to be able to work it out from some of the roads, but looking at the time, they can't be far, or even some might even be already arriving.
Yeah, well, there's always that thing where the end kind of takes a while, doesn't it, to get there?
Right,
yeah. I know the organisers of the Dublin marches always used to make people spread out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got there's a couple that I can add here. Hang on. I think that's a recent one, and then there's one more after that. The end of that one. Yeah, there's quite a few there. I mean, obviously that started filming and a big surge had already passed and still went on and on and on. But I suppose that's the very back of it. I'm not sure how long ago that one is. 22 minutes ish. But I don't know whereabouts that is along the route. I don't know London well enough to go that's that road or that's that place. I don't know. Someone else, if you know London better, please let us know. But it's not something I can recognise just from eye.
I see some driver was getting a bit shirty at the end there.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, hang on, there's someone live right now. Where are they? Well, there's a few flares going off.
Oh, I used to wear flares in the 70s. But I got a feeling you weren't talking about that type of flares.
Yeah, let me open this in a different window so you get the sound properly. Right.
There's nothing going on Instagram, by the way.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything on Twitter either.
No, Twitter I've a few times now, and there's been nothing on it any of the times that I've gone on there, so it's obviously not being very well used.
No.
See if we can play this one.
It's funny though, because like I said, for a lot of activists, I think Facebook is a bit passé now.
You can't be ringing me now, mate. I'm live.
Somebody ringing you to say that you're live.
Yeah, let me see if I can share this. Can you hear that?
Just like us.
Open me.
Just like us. Just like us. Just like us.
It's an easy challenge to say you.
They are caged. They have no freedom. What gives us the right to enslave and cage other living creatures simply because of the broken act of superiority? Humans are not superior to other animals. It is the view that we are above everything else, but we are not. It is a broken view. It is an oppressive view, and we need to stop using animals as objects, as property, as numbers. They are more than that. We should treat them as our family, as our friends, as our equals. They are different, but they deserve respect. There is no excuse. There's no excuse. There's never an excuse. There's never an excuse. There's no excuse. There's no excuse.
The live has ended.
Well, that's the end of that one.
Yes.
Saw Paul's question. I wonder if people still say abuse and not use because they would have to admit this includes. I don't think there's that much thinking that goes into it, to be perfectly honest. I think it's just a case of that's what people say. That's the slogan that's already on a banner or a T-shirt or whatever, because the the NGOs that have kind of put that mandate out for a long time have got the budgets to put that onto slogans all over the place. So yeah, I think it's more that people just repeat what they've heard. I don't think there's that much thinking that goes into it. If there was, you'd like to think that they change it regardless of that factor, just purely because they understand that abuse isn't a great word. I don't think they think. I think that's the thing. They just don't.
Yeah, it seems to be a real mixture of banners and that there, animal lovers, cruelty, but a lot of rights not welfare stuff.
Yeah, I noticed there was a couple of those ones that were quite good actually. In fact, there was one of those banners I'd not seen before, one of those placards that kind of said the Animal Welfare Act, and then the Animal Rights Act is in question marks, is in a when. So I thought that was good. I'd not seen that one before.
No.
But yeah, I mean, when you actually think about it, it's so easy to say no excuse for animal use. It's not any harder. It's just the fact they don't think about it. There's no objection there. It's just that that's normality for them to say abuse. It's not normality for them to say use. You've got to kind of break into that and change that. That's the habit.
You see, I don't know. You see, I think that I think back in the day, there might have been a big push against that kind of stuff, although I'm sure that language was used even then. But, you know, like because everybody used to not want to associate with the RSPCA.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas now that we've got this kind of more complicated relationship with groups like that now than it was before. But I still don't think that would have ruled out...
No, do you not think though, just in nature, that that's a bit strange? That, you know, you go back, say, to the 70s and the 80s, and the animal rights activists didn't want to associate with the RSPCA, and you could argue that the RSPCA then were a little bit more radical than what they are now, and yet they didn't want that association. Whereas now the RSPCA couldn't be any more corporatized than what it is. They literally work hand in glove with the very exploitative agencies that we want to sort of get rid of. And yet they're given more respect and more free promotion than probably ever before. I mean, even when I first entered dog rescue 10, 12 years ago, people would say, I don't give a penny to the RSPCA. They're not worth, complete waste of time. They're not worth anything. But yet, all these years later, they're still getting millions and millions and millions of pounds donated. They're still having our movement that does a lot of free promotion for them, without even realizing that that's what they're doing. You wouldn't say that they've got a really negative reputation, would you? It's still pretty strong. Even within our movement, it's just misled.
Yeah, I think it's probably hard for people to, think what it looks like from the outside, because, the RSPCA and PETA and Animal Aid and all that, there's going to be no real difference from the public's point of view. They won't be able to see much of a difference, and the more that we make the language the same, then the more nobody's going to be able to differentiate animal rights from animal welfare, and that's the kind of tragedy of it. It's a sense that I once was called in to give a talk with another VIP volunteer at a school where there was a group of people doing what's called a leaving cert in Ireland, and they were doing it on animal rights. And so we got there, and they hadn't got very far. We were led to believe that they were quite well into the project. And we said, so what have you done? Well, we've Googled animal rights, they said. And we said, okay, and what did that reveal? Well, we found out this group called the World Wildlife Fund, and we found out this group called PETA, and that's about as far as they'd got, right? And so, if you wanted to check out animal rights in a rights-based way, that should be fairly difficult. You'd have to be fairly good at kind of navigating the internet, really, in order to do that. I mean, who's ever going to find Tom Regan? Anybody coming into the modern movement, who's got a chance of finding Tom Regan? And even if they end up on his own foundation, they can't find him anymore.
They end up somehow on the foundation page. Reagan's not like a feature at the forefront, is he? You have to go looking for that information. So the chances of someone stumbling across, no. I mean, on that note, I have got the case opening thing that we've got to play at some stage as well. I mean, we could do that in a minute before the speeches start. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Besides people that already know who he is and what they're looking for, Who's likely to stumble across that? Who's likely to stumble across any of his books?
You see, this is where I think the influencers let the movement down a little bit, because they don't reference anybody.
No.
If they were to reference Reagan, the problem is they'd probably reference Singer more than Reagan anyway. But they don't reference anyone. You know, even if they use their phrases, they don't reference it. You know, I once saw a comment going, "Oh, I've never thought of it that way." And this was just a complete rip-off of a Reagan line, and it wasn't corrected. And so that doesn't help at all in terms of people understanding the movement that they're in. It's a real shame in that sense.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it is what it is, I think, is what you're supposed to say.
No, I mean, I can remember. I think I mentioned this once upon a time before. I know ages ago on Instagram there was, and I don't think it was the lady's fault by any means, but a lady had literally written, "We don't want comfier cages, we want empty ones," and then put a name underneath it. And I was like, that's not how quotes work. You don't get to quote someone else and then put your name underneath it. Like, that's not how quotes work. But that's pretty much what they've done, yeah.
Yeah, well, standing on the...
but that's a perfect example of someone who's going to literally quote someone verbatim, literally word for word, but yet no recognition to the person.
Oh, to be fair, they did change it to comfier. So that
true, yeah, that's true. So I suppose it is theirs, yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you watermark that.
So Andy, they will have been marching for more than 90 minutes now, so they must be getting close now.
I think the start, because obviously in that video then you could literally see Parliament at the beginning, so the start of the march must already be there. The whole live thing has dried up the last 10 minutes or so. That was the most recent one that I've just played.
Maybe they're just milling around waiting.
So it could well be that people are just waiting for everybody to get to Parliament Square now, yeah, because there isn't anything at the moment that's new.
Yeah.
Again, another reminder: if you are listening to this, then please get in touch with us with your live, tag us, or send it to me in a PM. Anyway, as long as I can see it somehow, I will feature it.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong, but I think they walked past the Winston Churchill statue, which
yes.
Yeah. Now, back in the day, that would have to be boarded up because
it would get damaged.
Yes, it would, yeah. So
I don't think there's a couple of people asking if there's any drone footage. That would be really great. That would be a really nice way of seeing just how many people there are as well. But I certainly haven't seen any. I mean, if anyone does have any drone footage, that would be excellent.
Well, I don't suppose the group was able to get a drone together.
No, absolutely not between us. No. But I don't know if anyone that's attending has got one. Sometimes these things happen. So if anyone does see any drone footage whatsoever, that would be great.
You could always have asked Mr. Potter, who the author of was it Green is the New Black or something like that? I can't remember his name now. But I know that he raised $90,000 for drones, and it all went missing.
Oh, right. Yeah. Went up in the air, did it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I could smoke.
No, there's still nothing new here. So if you want to go for a wee break and stuff, I'm happy to put the Reagan.
Yeah, that sounds good. I don't.
Now, to be fair,
it sounds a wee break, as in Scotland.
Yes,
a small break.
I definitely need a wee break.
Right.
Where is it there?
Well, thanks for everybody sticking in with us. We've got 26 people watching, which is nice.
Yes, thank you so much. Apologies that it's a bit, hit and miss at the moment, but this is all kind of a learning curve for us too. So,
yeah, I think Andy will have to answer your question, Joanna, privately. I'm not quite sure.
I don't think that I have the authority. I've just been given permission to add it to StreamYard. I don't own the channel. So I would say that that's unlikely. But from what I've seen, there's only 2 people watching on that channel anyway. Everyone's watching it on here, so there's not really any need. Thank you, though. Yeah, so that should play, hopefully. And we can go for a week.
The other animals humans eat, use in science, hunt, trap, and exploit in a variety of other ways have a life of their own that is of importance to them apart from their utility to us. They are not only in the world, they are aware of it and also of what happens to them. and what happens to them matters to them. Each has a life that fares experientially better or worse for the one whose life it is. Like us, they bring a unified psychological presence to the world. Like us, they are some bodies, not some things. In these fundamental ways, the non-human animals in labs and on farms, for example, are the same as human beings. And so it is that the ethics of our dealings with them and with one another must rest on some of the same fundamental moral principles. At its deepest level, an enlightened human ethic is based on the independent value of the individual. To treat human beings in ways that do not honor their independent worth, to reduce them to the status of tools or models or commodities, for example, is to violate that most basic of human rights, the right to be treated with respect. The philosophy of animal rights demands only that logic be respected, for any argument that plausibly explains the independent value of human beings implies that other animals have this same value and have it equally. And any argument that plausibly explains the right of humans to be treated with respect also implies that these other animals have this same right and have it equally also. As a result of selective media coverage in the past, to which this evening's debate is a notable and praiseworthy exception, the general public has tended to view advocates of animal rights in exclusively negative terms. We are anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-rational, anti-human. We stand against justice and for violence. The truth, as it happens, is quite the reverse. The philosophy of animal rights is on the side of reason, for it is not rational to discriminate arbitrarily. And discrimination against non-human animals is demonstrably arbitrary. It is wrong to treat weaker human beings, especially those who are lacking in normal human intelligence, as tools or models, for example. It cannot be rational, therefore, to treat other animals as if they were tools, models, and the like, if their psychology is as rich as or richer than these human beings. The philosophy of animal rights is pro, not anti-science. This philosophy is respectful of our best science in general and of evolutionary biology in particular. The latter teaches that, in Darwin's words, humans differ from many other animals in degree and not in kind. Questions about line drawing to one side, it is obvious that the animals used in laboratories, raised for food, and hunted for pleasure or trapped for profit, for example, are our psychological kin. This is not fantasy. This is fact, supported by our best science. The philosophy of animal rights stands for, not against, justice. We are not to violate the rights of the few so that the many might benefit. Slavery allows this. Child labor allows this. All unjust social institutions allow this, but not the philosophy of animal rights, whose highest principle is that of justice. The philosophy of animal rights stands for peace and against violence. The fundamental demand of this philosophy is to treat humans and other animals with respect. This philosophy, therefore, is a philosophy of peace, but it is a philosophy that extends the demand for peace beyond the boundaries of our species. For there is an undeclared war being waged every day against countless millions of non-human animals. To stand truly for peace is to stand firmly against their ruthless exploitation. And what, aside from the common menu of media distortions, what will be said by the opponents of animal rights? Will the objection be that we are equating animals and humans in every respect, when in fact humans and animals differ greatly? But clearly we are not saying that humans and other animals are the same in every way, that dogs and cats can do calculus, or that pigs and cows enjoy poetry. What we are saying is that, like humans, many other animals have an experiential welfare of their own. In this sense, we and they are the same. In this sense, therefore, despite our many differences, we and they are equal. Will the objection be that we are saying that every human and every animal has the same rights, that chickens should have the right to vote, and pigs the right to ballet lessons? But of course, we are not saying this. All we are saying is that these animals and humans share one basic moral right, the right to be treated with respect. Will the objection be that because animals do not respect our rights, we therefore have no obligation to respect their rights either? But there are many human beings who have rights and are unable to respect the rights of others. Young children and the mentally enfeebled and deranged of all ages, in their case, We do not say that it is perfectly all right to treat them as tools or models or commodities because they do not honor our rights. On the contrary, we recognize that we have a duty to treat them with respect. What is true of cases involving these human beings is no less true of cases involving other animals. Will the objection be that if other animals do have more, even if other animals do have moral rights, there are other more important things that need our attention? World hunger and child abuse, for example, apartheid, drugs, violence to women, the plight of the homeless. After we take care of these problems, then we can worry about animal rights. This objection misses the mark, for the rank and file of the animal rights movement is composed of people whose first line of service is human service. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, people involved in a broad range of social services, from rape counseling to aiding victims of child abuse or famine or discrimination, teachers at every level of education, ministers, priests, rabbis. As the lives of these people demonstrate, the choice possible people face is not between either helping humans or helping other animals. One can do both. We should do both. Will the objection be finally that no one has rights, not any human being and not any other animal either, but rather that right and wrong are a matter of acting to produce the best consequences, being certain to count everyone's interest and to count equal interests equally? This moral philosophy, utilitarianism, has a long and venerable history. Influential men and women, past and present, are among its adherents, and yet it is a bankrupt moral philosophy if ever there was one. Are we seriously to inquire into the interest of the rapist before declaring rape wrong? Should we ask the child molester whether his interest would be frustrated before condemning the molestation of our children? Remarkably, a consistent utilitarianism demands that we ask these questions, and in so demanding relinquishes any claim on our rational assent. With regard to the philosophy of animal rights, then, is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes. And as for the objections that are raised against this philosophy, are those who accept it able to offer rational, informed answers? Again, the answer is yes. In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not. Thank you. How do you get up in the morning in the face of the news that you're reading that things are getting worse? And here I think is where history is where we turn for encouragement and instruction. You look at how Native American people were once viewed and treated by the conquistadors when they were viewed as not human beings, and when their blood was used to fertilize fields. It's unthinkable today. When we look at slavery in America, when you could buy and sell and beat with impunity people of African descent. Unthinkable today. When women couldn't divorce their own property or get an education or vote. Unthinkable today. What history teaches us is that a few good people who are determined and who are persistent, who don't give up, can change the world. So what we have to believe as activists is that we're not going to do this tomorrow. The wall of oppression has to be taken apart a brick at a time. When we get a critical mass of people, change will occur. That's how I go to sleep at night. That's how I get up the next morning.
Oh, we did have. Oh, there he is. I was going to say we did have Ronnie join us again.
I'm back for a short while.
That's right. Some of this has started to begin now. It doesn't look like anyone's doing it live, which kind of actually suits better because it means I can play the clips.
So is the march still going on, or is it?
No, they potentially they're all stood there. The start of the speeches have begun from some of these videos that I can see, but they're only coming up in very small sections. This one's about the best so far. Hang on.
That line about in the battle of ideas, animal rights wins, its opponents lose is really good, isn't it?
Yeah. Where did that one say?
John is saying that humans are the most dangerous animals on Earth.
I don't disagree with that.
No.
No, I don't think there's any doubt about that, is there? To be quite
No,
honest.
I don't think so. I do know that in the Century of the Self, which talks about Freud described humans as a ferocious animal, I think. And I don't suppose we'd disagree with that either, would we?
No, not really. I think technology has massively increased the ability of humans to harm other life, hasn't it? That's the problem as time has gone on. We're able to kill, humans are able to kill more and more, other humans and other living things, aren't they? That's the problem.
What's happening, Andy? You look busy, but
yeah, I'm just trying to grab as many of these as I can see that go up, so that I can try and piece
all right.
it all together.
Innocent as anyone. Behind every pair of eyes are the exact same desires as you and I. A will to survive, a heart that beats for life. Yeah, hope and fear and pain. Really, we are all the same. But we're taught to draw a line with them and us on either side. Forget the love with which you're born. Leave your feelings out the door. But they've stolen your compassion the same day they said, ask no questions, get told no lies. Yeah, hope and fear and pain. Really, we are all the same. Walking blindly down a road to nowhere, who's holding your hand? Do they really care? Why not question what you're told behind everything that's told? Something is sold, and into this world they come, innocent as anyone. Behind every pair of eyes are the exact same desires as you and I. A will to survive, a heart that beats for life. Yeah, hope and fear and pain. Really, we are all the same.
I wonder who that was. I can't hear you, Andy, but I don't think you're muted either.
Sorry, I must have pressed my button. Her name's Katie something. I'd have to go on, come out this window to find out full name.
Okay.
I'll chuck this one on and then I'll go. Or is this the same person? Sorry. One that I just put on from a different angle. There is one more that's got the first speaker on. Trying to juggle about a gazillion things. I think this is the right one. See, I've got loads that are coming through now from before they get to Parliament Square. So I'll just play a few of these and hopefully I'll just get sent the speeches individually and it'll make it easier.
Okay, so is that what's taxing you on the screen with downloading?
Yeah, I'm just saving them all as I'm going through because otherwise it's going to be an absolute nightmare to try and gather all this stuff later in about 400 different places. So I'm just trying to, when I see videos that I can grab, I'm just grabbing them at the same time.
That's one of those compact little streets where it all gets amplified, the noise, isn't it?
That's right. So I have now finally got the first speaker's video, I think. It's definitely the first speaker. I'm just assuming it starts at the beginning, hopefully.
And some of them felt like this world was just too much to bear. I think we all feel like that sometimes. I definitely feel like that sometimes. It's not only the human animals that we're grieving, it's the non-human animals too. We're grieving everybody. Sometimes this work can be too emotional, too scarring, too tiring, too stressful. It can sometimes have legal repercussions that can impact us in a multitude of different ways. We can lose ourselves to burnout. The cause for animal freedom is a commitment to a different kind of liberation, one that we may never get to see in our lifetime. Now that is something that is a really scary thought for me. People like Barry Horn, Jill Phipps and Regan Russell, who all died in struggle, never got to see the future. They never got to see the future, the fruits of their labour and the results of all the actions that they took. So many animals have also died in struggle and will never get to see that justice too. I think about the orca, Lolita, or Toki, as sometimes they're known as well, and how they died in a tank and how they never got to see freedom. It's an extremely brave position to take, to become a vegan and live a life within your values in this cold culture of indifference and pain. Please, 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 can we look after each other? Can we look after each other? Yes. Let's make a habit to check in with each other every now and then. Even if you think your friends are okay, like, it's always worth just checking in. We need to be as strong and resilient as we can for the animals so we can keep doing this work. We have to win, we deserve to win for all those that we've lost and for all the animals suffering right now and for future generations to come. Number 4, animals are not passive. What do I mean by that? Non-human animals have and will always resist in their own ways. We must never forget to stay humble and remember that we are always going to be part of their oppressor species. We are not their gods, we're not their masters, we're not their saviors. If we listen to their cries, we know that they have voices. We are assisting them in their struggle. Let's take the human ego out of the equation and be more in tune with them and what they need and what they want. Number 5, you are exactly the kind of person that this movement needs. Any new vegans here today? Anyone first Animal Rights March? Yeah! That's amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I remember my first Animal Rights March. It wasn't great. People were laughing at us on the street. People still do. People were doing that today, but I feel like it's getting better. It's getting better, definitely. We all have our own unique strengths, all right? So mine is arts. I like making banners, as you can see, but it might be something completely different for you. You might find out what it is that you're really good at through doing activism, right? It's happened for me, definitely. So, you know, it's never too late to start. I think it's never too late to start. Look around as well. There's so many people here, everywhere, who will be able to help you. Will be able to help you on your journey if you want to become an activist, if you want to start getting active for the animals. Please, please, please get involved. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, you got it 6 times, Benny.
Yeah. We got there.
I think we must have typed that at exactly the same time.
Yeah, I guess we must have done, yeah.
I'm just waiting for the next few videos to come through. So I think it's actually easier for me to do them like that because they play all the way through without buffering. So obviously there's going to be a slight delay, but we haven't got to worry about the internet then.
Yeah, just want to check with Benny. Did you get that name? Did you?
Yeah,
Benny?
do you need us to type it one more time? Yeah. Although it's going to confuse you even more if you try and find her on Facebook. She uses a different name, like a pseudonym. I'll send it you in a message. Because you won't find her otherwise. Yeah. But no, she was stepped in at the last minute, speaker, and done really well. She was a great member of our team.
I know Wendy's doing the keynote, I believe, the last one.
I think Wendy's, as long as they stick to, unless like anything has changed, yeah, if they stick to the same agenda, Wendy is on last, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good because hopefully everyone's had a good chance to listen to everything else, and then she can come in and say, see all those placards at your stage? I don't want to see any of them next year. You know, like, please. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy with the animal lovers don't or whatever
yeah,
it was.
All of that sort of stuff. Come on, let's take note of what everyone said, and next year let's have a real sort of.
Didn't get the memo, that guy.
We don't bring any of this. Yeah, it would be nice, but I think we're dreaming. So there's no one live at the moment. I'm not sure how much of a gap there is, you see, between each speaker. Because obviously I'm just relying on the live footage. And which actually suits a lot of people are just recording in smaller sections because it means I can grab them quite quick, you see. Because otherwise, if they stay live for ages, I can't download it until it's gone public.
Right.
Okay. The TikTok's still going well. We've had 2 warnings for being
on TikTok.
Yeah, for being unoriginal. As we quite often get unoriginal content warnings. So okay.
Unoriginal content warning.
Unoriginal content warning. Considering all of this is brand spanking new, live, never been shown before. Yeah, I'm not sure what TikTok thinks is on. Considering some of the crap that's on TikTok as well, like it's a bit rich, isn't it?
They probably mean that somebody's been on a march before or something.
Yeah, someone's been on a march before. Yeah, they've heard no excuse for animal abuse before. I mean, in that regard, you're right. Very unoriginal.
Yeah. It's probably my speech in it saying the same thing.
Yeah, actually, they're like, I swear we've heard this before.
Yeah, they've probably got it written down word for word. But I'm going to show this one again for that guy with the placard thing.
That's fine. I think this is the next speech when we're ready as well.
We respect animals. We respect right to live. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We're not animal lovers. We respect animals. We respect our neighbours. We don't love our neighbours. We respect them. We respect their right to live. Right to live. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We respect. We're not animal lovers. We respect. We're not animal lovers. Right to live. We're not animal lovers. We respect animals. We respect our neighbours. We don't love our neighbours. We respect them. We respect their right to live. We're not animal lovers.
No, we're not animal lovers. Well, that quietened everybody down anyway. You're muted again, Andy.
I want everybody here to answer me. So I ask, what do we want?
Animal liberation!
When do we want it?
Now!
Thank you. I really needed to hear that from you. I find that really empowering. So there's just something so empowering about a march like this because there's so many of us here joined by one big common purpose, and there's strength in numbers because together we can come away from here today and we can make a huge difference. We can change history. We continue to raise our voices like we have today. So you must never underestimate your ability to affect change. You must never underestimate your ability to convince others of what is right and what is true. Each and every one of
has a part to play in achieving animal liberation. We each have our own skills, abilities and strengths that we can bring to this movement, and we need to utilise them. We need to work harder than ever before because the animals need us more than ever before. So I'm going to talk a little bit briefly about myself. So I'm a vegan academic. I'm writing my PhD on historical versions of our diet and activism. I'm also a strong activist and local community organiser, and I've tried very hard to build up my own group of activists in Cambridge. One of my life goals is to teach the history of animal rights and veganism in universities, to look back over history and to demonstrate how prevalent our ideology is in the literature of the ages. That's one of my goals. But I'm also an ultra runner who represents Vegan Runners UK. Are there any vegan runners here today? Can you raise your hands up? I mean, there's thousands of us now. The club is absolutely huge, and I saw quite a few hands.
That seemed to end in a funny place.
The singer's name is Katie White, by the way. I just checked that whilst we was on Instagram and YouTube. Katie White.
Was that Sean Barr?
That was Sean Barr just speaking then. Yes, that's right. There should be a little bit more of that because obviously he's not finished. I'm getting them in drips and drabs.
Yeah, did that just cut out, do you think, then, or what?
Yeah, if people are doing the lives in small segments, I think, so that I can grab them. But yeah, I'm just working on everything that I can find. But yeah, I can grab the singer's YouTube, in fact, and I can put that in here as well. It's Olive Wood Vegan is the name, but I'll grab the link. Check it in the chat.
Olive Wood.
Olive Wood Vegan is, yeah, and name's Katie White. There you go. So yeah, I'm just waiting on footage now. We've lost Ronnie again, I noticed.
There's Aura Palmer.
Yeah.
Mel and Wendy.
Aura is our youngest speaker.
Okay. And
Lifelong vegan.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's getting more and more of those, isn't they?
There is. So there's two live streams at the moment. I'll just wait for these to finish. Not download those, but there's two at the moment that are live.
Did you think about John Cross this year at all?
What, to speak, you mean?
Yeah.
No, never came to mind. I've potentially got at some point when we actually managed to arrange it, because he's a really busy guy. I mean, he's involved in 100 times more things than I am. It's hard to find a slot with him, to be perfectly honest. It suits.
Yeah, I was due to interview him for Force of Vegan, but he wasn't free. He was giving college talks and all.
That's right. I was going to say when he says, "Oh, my schedule, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this," and it was just like, right, you haven't even got half an hour.
Yeah.
He's a very, very, very busy man.
Either.
I mean, would he be interested in something like that if he was asked? I don't know. I don't know him well enough to think whether he would.
Interested in what?
To do something like a talk, like somewhere like this. Would that be something that would appeal to him?
I really
I've never seen him do anything like that before.
Yeah.
But it'd be very interesting to listen to.
Yes, although I don't think he's totally on board with his own father's stuff, to be honest. But I mean, in a way, why should he? But
yeah. No, that's very true. Is this one finished yet? No, they're live. Okay. I'll wait for that to finish.
Right, I'm just going to turn around for a minute to try and sort out a cat on my knee a little bit, if I can.
No, that's absolutely fine. I don't think I had anything else that we could put on quickly. I unless there was anything else that I've missed. I think I've played all the videos that I've downloaded so far. Yeah, just waiting for this speech that's still live. But at least this one looks like it's I think it's the end of the last one and then the full next one, which is good. Just gotta wait for it to finish before Facebook will let me download it.
Oh yeah, seems reasonable.
No, it's not going too badly so far, and they won't have a huge amount of time left after like about another hour or so. And I think the speeches will be done, and then as long as the weather stays okay, I mean, it's absolutely belting it down still outside here, but it still looks decent in the sky there. And then they're going to have a picnic, I think, from what I'm aware.
All right, free water.
To keep it as inclusive as possible, because obviously London's not exactly cheap to go and eat food anywhere. So I think the whole idea with the picnic is that, you know, everyone can kind of share bits around and sit together, as opposed to some groups going to this place and some groups going to this place and other people can't afford to or whatever. Which is a good idea.
It is. It's a very good idea. And it also allows for a bit of networking and all that malarkey.
But that's it. Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that does happen at a lot of these matches, isn't it? You get to speak and interact with people that you might not have met before, or maybe you have, but only on the internet, and make new friends and socialise and stuff. I mean, stuff like this is one of the big factors that people love about Camp Out, right? And a big part of it is because a lot of the people that go don't do any outreach. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just mean you don't do any outreach. So therefore, the social side of it that you seek from Camp Out, you could have once a week by meeting a group of people and educating the public, because they'll all be vegan too. They'll all be on your wavelength. But the problem is you're not having that, or if you are, it's over the internet. So I think a lot of the time, the social aspect that people seek from these big events, you can get from small events. It's what you're actually looking for is people that get you, where you don't have to keep explaining yourself, where you don't feel uncomfortable, where you don't have to worry about anything. And those people are going to be at outreach with you. So you can find these in much smaller doses. I just think a lot of people are like, they don't realise that you don't have to go and spend money at a huge event to meet other vegans that are around.
Yeah, I think it depends on how you do it too, because, for example, I think most outreach events usually last, 1, 2, 3 hours.
Yeah.
We'll be doing 5 hours tomorrow in Dublin, but that means that you tend to do a lot of chatting and stuff, because you do have little kind of times when there's not much happening, and people go up and they get some food and all that. So you do have quite a lot of that happening actually during rather than afterwards,
Yeah, that's right. Right, this one's finished, so I can chuck this one on. You could do it.
Chuck it on there, lad.
I can chuck this one on.
Chuck it on, Rouge.
Did I download it?
All that brain power, folks.
Problem is, I'm downloading things to different places, and then I'm like, where did I just put that?
Where did they go? Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's the problem. I'll download it again, so I know definitely where it is.
I had to do that this morning because I downloaded it. I thought I know where that is, and then I didn't.
Well, the problem that I've got is obviously I don't recognise any of the file names because they're just in numbers, and all the thumbnails look the same. It's just a crowd of people. So I can't really work out whether this is one I've played before without...
Every cage
is open and empty.
It's open and empty.
Okay, thank you everyone. You can sit down and stand up. Okay, so I was going to say a huge thank you to...
This might be the start of Sean's speech again, I'm sure the whole thing.
To the NARM Collective, as we call it ourselves, who put this march together in a very short period of time. So can we have a huge clap to the organisers of the march? So I'm going to finish here by asking you the same question that I started with. What do we want?
Animal liberation!
When do we want it?
Now!
Are we going to fight for it?
Yes!
Are we going to get it?
Yes!
Then let's do this. Let's go get it.
the AOM!
Going for Sean Barr. Sorry, a little bit of distraction. I'd just like to point out, in case anybody doesn't know, Jesus does love you, and please repent all of your sins. Can I just get Maddie, just for a moment? Fucking amazing speaking. There's going to be some more amazing speaking as soon as I can introduce them. I'm looking for Maddie. I'm looking... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, this whole event is being broadcast as a live event. There are lovely people working on the Facebook channels and the YouTube channels, and Roger Yates is putting this out there on his YouTube channel as well at the same time. What I would very much appreciate is while these speakers are operating, I have them recording, but I am unable myself to go live. If you go to the National Animal Rights Group, Animal Rights March group on Facebook, and film this, you can then put it live onto Facebook, and we will pick it up and we will show it to the whole world. So please, as many of you possibly can, not like the fire brigade and think somebody else has already phoned them, somebody else is already doing this. If you can all, if you have the means, please just dedicate a few minutes of your time to one of the speakers so that we can put these out live for the whole world to see. Is that a good idea? Yes! The whole world needs this message. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all of our non-human brothers and sisters who happen to be in the vicinity, Aura Palmer is our next speaker. Aura Palmer is a vegan activist and artist. She's 19 years old and has been vegan for her entire life. She does a lot of street activism, and she works with many animal rights groups in London. I'm sure she has some passionate things to discuss with you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Aura Palmer.
Hi everyone. I'm going to keep this pretty short. I just want to share some of my experience. I was really happy to be asked to speak at this year's Animal Rights March because this is a very important event for me. In 2017, I attended the march with my family. At the age of 14, my whole life I wanted to get involved in activism. My mum's been an animal rights activist all my life. Unfortunately, photographers were paid to follow this in March and take photos that later ended up in a court case against my mum for sedition of minors. In other words, they were saying that my mum brainwashed me into being vegan. How ridiculous it seems that someone can be punished for teaching their children basic empathy and compassion, but that's exactly what happened. Age 12, having never actually protested in my life, I had an anti-protest order, all because my parents were under investigation for their activism. No charges came out of it, just court orders. If I learned anything in these court cases, it's that the judicial system is not on our side. This is why we as activists, we have to be so careful. A court will never have the animals' well-being in mind. They see them as only property. The laws surrounding animal rights are being strengthened constantly. The legal system is not a fair one. We have to be careful. 4 years after that march, after I turned 18 and my court orders came off, I attended the Animal Rights March in 2021. I was so happy to finally be able to come, and also so happy to see how many other younger people were also there fighting for the animals. More and more vegans mean more and more vegans having children. As someone who was raised vegan, I can say 100% that it is the best thing you can possibly do for your child. I feel so lucky to have been raised by such strong and passionate parents. To any vegan parents doubting themselves or falling for the lies they're told that your children will get ill or they'll wish you let them be normal, they won't.
Since that march, I've been doing activism consistently for almost 2 years. If I can give one piece of advice to vegans everywhere, it's to get involved in your local animal rights activist community. It's so insanely important that we all have each other for support. The London animal rights scene are my second family, and I'm so blessed to know such incredible, passionate people. The main reason to get involved, though, is of course for the animals. They need us to be fighting. Veganism is a moral baseline. We need to be doing more than just eating a plant-based diet. There aren't enough activists turning up at events. All events in London can be found on Facebook and Instagram under London Animal Rights Activism. I just want to finish with reminding us all that we are fighting for abolition of all animal cruelty and exploitation, not less of it. We must fight until every cage is empty.
Vegan!
There is such a thing in this country as freedom of speech. So I'd like it if we could all grant this man freedom of speech.
There's always one. I've got the next one that I can pull straight up.
Splendid. I got a good shout out there from Alan. That was nice.
Yeah. This is the right one, isn't it?
Do you think the battery might be going a bit on their mic or something?
Every kid.
No, we've done that one. Possibly. It did seem a lot quieter, that one, didn't it?
Oh yeah, much more. It didn't really sound as though the mic was on, I don't think.
Oh no, that's the same video of Orla speaking. It's just from a different angle. So we'll just have to wait for this one to finish, and the next one of Mel will be up then.
Yeah, you'll be able to do the after film with about 4 different angles for everybody.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing that's been a bit of a like. I'm not complaining at all. I mean, I asked for people to send me this stuff, but that has been the one thing that I've confused myself with a couple of times. I'm like, oh, new video. Nope, same video. Oh, nope, same video. And it's just from a slightly different angle or a slightly different perspective. So yeah, if you want a load of different angles of stuff, the compilation footage, there should be quite a lot of it.
It would be a nightmare to edit it though, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to have the best of the audio and then just switch around.
I wonder who will get that job. So don't worry.
I don't know. I think it might come early on in the alphabet, I think.
Yeah, possibly. But I don't mind. Editing is, I don't know, it's not a problem for me. Right, so yes, so I've got the next one. I don't know whether this is all of Mel's speech, but this is certainly a section of Mel's speech.
Up to Mel already, wow.
Sure, she has some passionate things to discuss with you. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Or is this Orla?
Miss Orla Palmer.
Okay, so this is just a better version that goes into Mel, so we can listen to this one again if you want. It'll be a bit louder.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Maybe she won't say cruelty this time.
I'm going to keep this pretty short. I just want to share some of my experience. I was really happy to be asked to speak at this year's Animal Rights March because this is a very important event for me. In 2017, I attended the march with my family. At the age of 14, my whole life I wanted to get involved in activism. My mum's been an animal rights activist all my life. Unfortunately, photographers were paid to follow us in the march and take photos that later ended up in a court case against my mum for sedition of minors. In other words, they were saying that my mum brainwashed me into being vegan. How ridiculous it seems that someone could be punished for teaching their children basic empathy and compassion, but that's exactly what happened. Age 12, having never actually protested in my life, I had an anti-protest order. All because my parents were under investigation for their activism. No charges came out of it, just court orders. If I learned anything in these court cases, it's that the judicial system is not on our side. This is why we as activists, we have to be so careful. a court will never have the animals' well-being in mind. They see them as only property. The laws surrounding animal rights are being strengthened constantly. The legal system is not a fair one. We have to be careful. 4 years after that march, after I turned 18 and my court orders came off, I attended the Animal Rights March in 2021. I was so happy to finally be able to come, and also so happy to see how many other younger people were also there fighting for the animals. More and more vegans mean more and more vegans having children. As someone who is raised vegan, I can say 100% that it is the best thing you can possibly do for your child. I feel so lucky to have been raised by such strong and compassionate parents. To any vegan parents doubting themselves or falling for the lies they're told that your children will get ill or they'll wish you let them be normal, they won't. Since that march, I've been doing activism consistently for almost 2 years. If I can give one piece of advice to vegans everywhere, it's to get involved in your local animal rights activist community. It's so insanely important that we all have each other for support. The London animal rights scene are my second family, and I'm so blessed to know such incredible, passionate people. The main reason to get involved, though, is of course for the animals. They need us to be fighting. Veganism is a moral baseline. We need to be doing more than just eating a plant-based diet. There aren't enough activists turning up at events. All events in London can be found on Facebook and Instagram under London Animal Rights Activism. I just want to finish with reminding us all that we are fighting for abolition of all animal cruelty and exploitation, not less of it. We must fight until every cage is empty.
Yes.
I guess it's just the Christian group in favour to the animals.
There is such a thing in this country as freedom of speech. So I'd like it if we could all grant this man freedom of speech.
What about respect? He's got no respect. What about respect? Thank you.
Oh, they're going to fight. I don't know.
There's also such a thing as respect as well.
Uh-oh. So vegans are going to hell.
How many of us have asked to raise our voices today? Yeah? And now you're saying I don't sound peaceful because he's telling everyone. Last year on Plant-Based News, you can ask them for the footage, he was interviewed and he said all vegans are going to hell. So I started quoting the Bible at him last March. All pro-vegan verses. Genesis verse 1, chapter 29, green plants for food. Right? I'm not religious, right? But we are a peaceful movement. And if I'm raising my voice, it doesn't mean I'm not peaceful. We've all raised our voices here for the animals today, all of us.
I think Chantal's expressed what a lot of us are feeling here today. Thank you.
Please do your job! Please do your job!
Right then, now that's all out of the way, our next speaker is Mel Boren.
He's a big dog.
There's a slim possibility that one or two people here might know who he is, might know his name. He's been around for a little while. I'll read what it says here. Mel joined the fight for animal rights at the beginning of the 1980s, and in the following decades has taken part in many campaigns. At all times he has remained steadfastly loyal to the principles of the movement and its goal of achieving basic right for non-humans. He has always believed, and still does, that it's the grassroots activists that are the driving force for our fight. We should never forget that it was the activists that built this movement, and it is the activists that keep it strong, he said. As a hunt saboteur, Mel learned the value of direct action in saving lives and changing minds. The hard-fought campaigns against the animal research industry and the equally harsh consequences for many who took it on taught him about the need to remain focused even when easier options seem more attractive. From sabbing hunts to marches and prison, there is never an easy option. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mel Broughton.
Justice for Mel!
Alright, hello everyone. It's really great to be here, and it's been great to catch up with people I haven't seen for a while. Now, some of you may know that I was recently on an enforced holiday at a hotel in Peterborough, HMP Peterborough, and I got to tell you, the room service was shit. Here I am again, back out with you once more with my tag on. I had to be unfortunately, it's deemed that I'm still a problem, so I have to be in home by 9 PM every evening. But I don't want to fill this speech full of curt references to my woes. And that some of you know what that means exactly. So, the Animal Rights March. What I've got to say isn't going to take long, but it's important. It's said, as the introduction said, I joined the animal rights movement at the beginning of the 1980s. And it's that animal rights movement that I address today. We've come a long way, but there's still a very, very long way to go. And what I want to do more than anything, as someone from the past, you know, one of those dinosaur animal rights people, is talk to the younger people directly. It's the movement that you're taking over. My message today is to you, and it's this. Please do not forget the principles that this movement was built on. And I want to give you an example, because I often read online in social media these arguments, these pointless arguments between vegans and plant-based and all the rest of it. It doesn't matter. And here's why it doesn't matter. When I used to get in a van in the early 1980s on a Saturday morning with a group of other people to go to a hunt or go on a march to a laboratory or a slaughterhouse, I would get in a van with 1 or 2 vegans, probably more vegetarians, and even 1 or 2 meat eaters. But I can guarantee you one thing. The animal rights people in that van, within a few weeks, had changed everyone into an animal rights activist and consequently a vegan. So let's stop the arguments about what you call yourself. It doesn't matter. But the principle of animal rights does matter. It matters so much that we're prepared to devote our whole lives to it. I'm exceptionally proud of the movement that was and is the animal rights movement. And that's what keeps me coming back. That's what keeps me making these speeches that you all have to suffer every now and again. I'm knocking on, right? I'm getting older and I can feel it. But I have a responsibility, and this is what I'm talking about here. You all have a responsibility to the animal rights movement. And in that responsibility is the commitment to fight for animal rights. These other arguments are of no consequence. They're really not. They matter not a jot. And in fact, the only people they help are those in authority who want to divide us. And I know that as much as anybody, and probably more than most of you. I know what it feels like to be persecuted by the police. I know what it's like to be in prison for your beliefs. I've been through all that, and I'm still going through it now. But the thing I say to you is the thing I say to myself. It doesn't matter, because the prize is worth every bit of it. Every bit of discomfort, every bit of suffering, every bit of standing in the cold, every bit of being assaulted by hunt supporters, every bit of even sitting in a prison cell is worth it. I don't regret a single second, of 1 minute, of 1 hour of my whole existence in this movement. If I had to do like all again, I would do the same all over again. I have no regrets. There are always going to be
difficulties. And if you think about it, a movement like ours, faced with what we're faced with, should expect there to be problems and troubles and difficulties and sacrifice. And it's sacrifice as well that's important. And I don't mean the sacrifice of going to prison or even losing your life. And that has happened to our people in our movement. We have lost people in tragic circumstances. Worse than that, we've been killed by people involved in animal abuse. But the sacrifices are every day. When you get up to a protest, when you get up to go subbing, when you get up to go on a march, if you say to yourself, oh, I don't really feel like it, think about that. That is an insult to our movement. That is an insult to those animals who are waiting for their freedom and their liberation. So my message again is to all you young people, and it is you that matter more than anything now. Because people like me are from the past. I'm still here and I will remain here till the bitter end. But I want to know that you youngsters and those taking over the movement now always remember those principles of the animal rights movement. And that is to get active. Activists are the most important thing in our movement. Academics come and go, academics help us understand, but it's activists and activism that count more than anything, because without it we wouldn't have a movement. Without the sacrifice by the activists, we would not have an animal rights movement. We would not have a movement that is on the brink of victories now. Things are happening. It looks hard, but let's remember, MBR acres are under pressure now. They haven't been in there for 20 or 30 years because of activism. The hunting world is in turmoil. In turmoil. I was at a hunt last night, a club hunt last night at 5:30, and I've got to be home at 9 o'clock, otherwise I turn into a prisoner again. But I don't care, right? Because I know that it's about commitment. But I can tell you those people are running scared. The hunters know the time is up, and MBR acres know, and they must understand, as every slaughterhouse and every factory farm and anybody else involved in the exploitation.
That's where that one stops. I don't know if this other one has got the end. I'll just quickly put it up and check. I'm not sure if it's got the end of Mel's speech or not. Let me just skip forward a bit. If it loads.
Sure, she has some passionate things to discuss with you.
Hang on. Come on. Or not?
That happened earlier on, didn't it? That one.
Yeah.
I suppose. I think Mel takes the cranky vegan and DXE line that activism is more important than veganism, doesn't he? I think.
Pretty much, yeah, I think so. To be fair, that was quite tame from Mel, actually. Has this got the end or not?
Starting again, yeah.
Inside factory farms, inside the slaughterhouses, on the hunting fields. We see it, we suffer through seeing it, and we act. And we must keep acting. So, thank you again for listening. I wish you all well. Hopefully I'll be here at the next one. If not, write to me at HMB Peterborough. If there's any justice, we will win. All right?
Okay, so we did get the end of it. We're just waiting on the next one.
So have we just got Wendy left then?
Yeah. I can't. I'm struggling to see a live stream. Someone best be recording, Wendy. But I can't actually at the moment see a single person live.
Right. And how long ago was the Mel one?
About 15 minutes-ish.
Okay. Well, maybe Wendy hasn't come out of a celebrity caravan yet or something.
Yeah, maybe. Although I'm shocked. I mean, there was more people live during the actual walk than the speeches, which I thought would actually be the other way around. Considering everyone sat there with their phone in their hands or in their pockets. I mean, you know, every person there's got a phone. But no, I can't find there's not a single live stream that anyone. If you are live, please tag me or let me know. Or if you see one, please make me aware of it. But at the moment, I can't find one. So we'll have to wait. But it's disappointing because usually I can find one and we have to wait for it to finish, which is fine because I know it's recording. But I actually, as it stands, can't find a live stream.
Right. Well, I'm assuming that they will think about filming the last speech.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
hopefully
it makes no sense otherwise. But at the moment, I can't find anyone that is. Whilst I remember, though, quite a lot of those videos have come from someone called Leonie. So a massive thank you to you. You've been fantastic in terms of tagging me, in terms of sending me stuff. Brilliant. Thank you. A lot of this stream wouldn't have existed without you. We'd have been sat here going, So, yeah, hugely appreciated.
Sat there going, just a normal show then.
It's a normal show, yeah, bog standard. This one's got a bit of content. But nope, still nothing. I'm not sure on numbers, to be perfectly honest. Good turnout though. Much better than what I expected. Until you see some sort of view from above, or I can put some of this footage together and kind of, because you can't tell whether you're counting the same people more than once.
It's a hard life.
You need something, ideally, if there was some drone footage as I was walking up the road, or even now, so you could. Yeah, we did mail. I'm assuming Wendy must be speaking, but no one is streaming. Need someone to get a prompt. Because I'm assuming Wendy is speaking as we speak. Because she should have come on almost immediately after Mel finished.
Louise is estimating 700.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra. You've been great. I shared some of your lives as well. But yeah, I still can't find a live for Wendy, which is pretty disappointing. I'm just hoping that someone's recording it and they'll send it to me afterwards and we just have to wait a little bit, but don't want to miss out on Wendy's speech. Yeah, we want to see Wendy's speech. You tell them.
We do. Let's start a chant. Why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? What do you think, Ridge?
Let me check TikTok. Hang on. It's the only thing I haven't checked.
Well, we're still on there.
Okay, so she's live. Hang on. Okay, can I grab that TikTok on my desktop? That's the question. At least I know worst case scenario that I can grab this video from TikTok afterwards, even if I can't stream it. It just means, no, I don't care about anything that you've got to say.
So what channel is the
Vegan Talks UK.
Say that again.
Vegan Talks UK, so it's not Paloma's, the other one.
Vegan Talks UK.
Yeah. Yes, green.
Dogs wouldn't exploit dogs.
Yeah, I do like.
Stupid thing. Play.
Like us, they feel pain like us. They have family bonds like us. They want to live like us. So why would we pay for that? You know.
So sorry.
Why do we take away the thing that's most precious to animals, their lives? Why do we enslave them, exploit them?
Here, Alan, in the background.
Spider-Buzz doesn't care about the animals. If you don't care about animals, you don't care about other humans, because humans are animals. I hope. Someone says they would live like us if they were like us, mate. So would you say to someone in a vegetative state, we don't live like us, it's okay to abuse?
Well, that's disappointing. So let me try and find Wendy's speech then, because it's finished by the look of it, because Alan was in the background then. It was all going really well then, and now we've got like this gap. I had loads of videos all lined up and we've gone through them, and there ain't another one, which is really disappointing, because once we'd done Wendy's speech, like that, the most of the day was covered. I just can't believe not a single person on any of my lists are live, apart from on TikTok.
Tell me when people let you down, Andy.
We've had a drought. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do. I haven't even got any more filler content either. We've gone through it all. All we've got is the outro. But no, there's nobody live, so I'm waiting on someone to send me something, or to someone to upload something. I can't find it.
Oh, do you want to just show? Can I just show something?
Yeah, share whatever you like whilst I'm looking for this. Go for it.
Okay. Just to keep everybody amused. Here we go. The history of the vegan social movements. So whether you're vegan or vegan curious or just curious, then hang on to your hats, because the journey into the history of the vegan movement is full of surprises. For example, did you know that the vegan social movement was born during the Second World War in 1944? The founders of the vegan movement lived through this terrible conflict. It's hard to imagine what they went through. Some said that they found the experience shattering and shocking, and they thought it revealed the fact that humanity was in crisis. Therefore, before the end of this conflict, the vegans declared peace. They invited people to include veganism as part of their peace aims for the future, because they saw veganism as part of human moral evolution. And they said this is a crucial and necessary part of the future. In 1945, Donald Watson, the best known of the co-founders of the vegan social movement, was asked to specify what veganism was all about. He said it was about opposing the exploitation of sentient life. Watson went on to describe the vegan movement as the greatest cause on earth. And why so important? He said because this movement was the only one that could save humanity. Sociologist Matthew Cole studies the vegan social movement, and he says that it concentrated from the beginning on intersected goals, the end of animal exploitation and a less violent humanity. He says that the vegan pioneers had intertwined goals of transforming human beings and transforming human society. We do that, the pioneers argued, by altering our attitudes to other animals. That is also the key to human liberation, they thought. The general idea was summed up very well in the 1990s by Kath Clements. One writer who greatly influenced the vegan social movement was Leslie Cross. He also helped to develop plant milks, along with an entrepreneur and business person called Arthur Ling. Cross developed a position I call focus and scope. This is an important kind of debate and aspect of the modern day vegan movement. Cross said that veganism was about abolishing animal use, but that's not the full concerns of vegans. Cross said clearly that vegans are on the side of the liberators. He says in a vegan world, there will be no hunting, no vivisection, no animal agriculture, and so on. He said in 1951 that the idea is not to make the human use of other animals more tolerant, but to abolish that use. He said that veganism was not so much welfare as liberation. However, Cross maintained that veganism includes what he called a second broad aspect. This second aspect is where the idea of human evolution comes in, the moral evolution of humanity. The idea is that as we liberate other animals, we liberate ourselves. Indeed, Cross suggested that the benefits to humans would be difficult to calculate. They're so great. Now, right from the beginning, the role of several women were very important in the development of the vegan social movement. For example, it's quite likely that Dorothy Morgan and Sally Shrigley came up with the word vegan to describe the new social movement they had co-founded with 5 or 6 others. Sally Shrigley, along with Donald Watson, had asked the Vegetarian Society whether they'd be willing to have a non-dairy section. The Vegetarian Society refused, and so therefore, within a few weeks, the vegan movement was born. It's often suggested that the word vegan comes from the first 3 and the last 2 letters of vegetarian, which has led in recent years to this rather unkind slogan being born. Shrigley became the press and minute secretary of the Vegan Society and served the society for a full 33 years. It's said that she was an idealist, just as with the other pioneers, they were called anti-establishment. In a way, they had to defy the norms and values of their society because the vegan social movement pioneers, they were virtually all told that they were going to die. And that was by people like doctors and vegetarians that knew them. Sociologist Matthew Cole says that another pioneer, Faye Henderson, who wrote some of the Vegan Society's literature and also toured Britain and Ireland in aid of the cause, was the person who originated the idea that we now call vegan education. From 1946, the vegan movement was writing about famine and human food security issues. By 1948, Faye Henderson was suggesting that things were so serious that humanity was threatened. And she developed a theme which was a concern for many years of the vegan pioneers, and that was the quality of the soil. Henderson wrote, "Give and take is a good rule in all phases of life, and it especially applies to our relationship with the soil." This concern about the soil is also contained in one of the most powerful statements by any of the vegan movement pioneers. In 1964, Eva Batt produced a booklet called Why Veganism? And she said that veganism was about a way of living which avoided exploitation of human and other animals, and indeed of the soil. Modern day vegans will know that the dairy industry want only cow milk to bear the words milk. This was an issue right back in the 1960s. The vegan pioneers were already engaged in it. For example, Eva Batt suggested that the word milk should be used in its technical sense. She even argued that butter made from cow milk should be called cow butter. I'm not quite sure that the dairy industry in the 21st century would go for that either. Eva Batt claimed that products with animal parts in it should be clearly labelled. Anyone for calf food cheese, perhaps? You never know. She said this labelling should be the case, regardless of whether the other animals were farmed intensively or not. Once again, reinforcing Cross's idea that veganism is about liberation and not welfare. By the time we get to the 1970s,
Most of what the vegan social movement was doing in terms of producing literature was written by Kathleen Janaway and her husband, Jack. And just like Donald Watson, they were both conscientious objectors during the war years. It's a bit of a vegan in-joke, really, to say that Vegan HQ was at the Janaways, because at the time they lived in a village in England called Leatherhead. We get the impression from her writings that Kathleen Janaway had a keen sociological understanding of the problems that social movements face when it comes to forging radical social change. She talks about customs, she talks about the way that children are brought up in terms of tradition and in terms of the values that their parents are transmitting to them generation after generation. Both Kathleen and Jack Janaway seem to adhere to Donald Watson's idea that people need to be ripened up to new ideas, even though those new ideas are tempered by tradition. And Janaway herself was very keen to understand the power of the media in terms of advertising, as in a way a block to social movement advancement. In 1976, Kathleen Janaway was featured on the BBC in a program called Open Door. This is where the BBC would allow their resources to be used by social movements in order for the movement to make a film of their own. This film now looks very dated, although it's still available online. In fact, parts of the film were used by comedian Simon Amstell in his pro-vegan mockumentary called Carnage, which was released in 2017. Despite its dated appearance now, the documentary created a huge surge in membership of the vegan social movement back in the day. Kathleen Janaway, like the earliest of the vegan pioneers, was conscious of the fact that human progress, in a moral sense, seemed to have faltered. She believed this was partly due to their exploitation and use of other animals. Janaway argued that humanity needs to end its dependence on slaughterhouses, especially in relation to children. She thought that their moral development and their compassionate development was held back and hindered if their parents forced them to eat animal products. Janaway said that fundamental changes in the values and practices of the dominant world system, which has created a situation in which millions of people and animals already suffer extreme deprivation and die prematurely, is essential. She went on to explore what she called the vegan way, and also explore the idea of a tree-based culture with a new group that she formed, which was called Movement for Compassionate Living. Now, obviously, a social movement cannot really function properly if it's based at a person's house. And so this is where the aforementioned Arthur Ling comes into the story, in the sense that Arthur Ling was a remarkable business person and started his vegan journey in 1926. He was also a pioneer in terms of biodiesel and also in plant milks. In terms of what he did for the vegan social movement, he put it on a more sustainable footing in terms of organizing an office and staff and professionalizing the organization as it stands now. As a sociologist, the ironic thing there is that if you read social movement theory, we know that when a group does professionalize, then that means its radical core can be threatened. This, to some extent, has happened with the vegan social movement. It's an ongoing battle of ideas, as animal rights philosopher Tom Regan would put it.
In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not.
So, Earthlings, there we have it. That's something of a whistle-stop tour through parts of the history of the vegan social movement. We are left with a picture of a revolutionary group who were really movers and shakers of their time. They declared peace during a global conflict, and then they set about exploring what they wanted to do about it, and also kind of organizing in a social movement sense. You could say really that the beginning of the vegan social movement was rather chaotic, but now it's a professional organization. You could also say that some of the revolutionary values of the group maybe have been tempered over time. And again, that's part of the discussion that goes on within a social movement. One thing that sociologists know about social movements is that they move, they evolve over time. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's crucial. Otherwise, they would stagnate.
So, Andy, any luck?
I can't find the speech. I'm tearing my hair out trying to find it. No one's replying to any of my messages. So at the moment, no.
Yeah. Also got one from Joanna saying the same. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I just had another look on Vegan Talks' live, and it looks like from the background of theirs, a lot of people are sat down now eating, so the speeches are finished. So I just want someone to send me Wendy's speech.
Right.
Clearly, there won't be a live stream now because it's in the past, but there must be a recorded version. I mean, I can get it because I know it's definitely been recorded by Vegan Talks, but I can't get it until they finish their live and TikTok make it available. That could be hours. So can't hold on for it, but I would really like a copy. I don't think it's much to ask, to be perfectly honest. Like I said, there's 600 people with a phone.
Vegan Talks, you said, would they
Vegan
be on?
Talks UK is still live on TikTok at the moment, yeah.
What
What
about
stream then? Yeah, no, I don't know what their name is on Facebook. I only know them as Vegan Talks UK, I'm afraid. But yeah, in the background then there was people sat down that were eating.
Okay, well, it looks like we're we'll have to do another program just for Wendy's talk. But
it's just disappointing. I mean, I could put on one from before, but it's not the same, is it?
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
there's only so long that we can hold on for. I mean, that is everything that we wanted to cover. I just really would like Wendy's speech. Whilst we're waiting though, Louise and Ronnie have joined us, so let them chat whilst I continue looking.
Well, I've joined. Louise
Oh,
is
you
here.
joined.
She'll be here in a minute.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Do you think it's gone well today from what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, considering we've winged every minute of it, yeah, not bad.
I think when he meant March.
Oh, the march.
Well,
March
yeah,
is fab, to be honest. I mean, I've had absolutely no control over it. From what I can see, it looks like, in terms of a turnout, great. In terms of, you can't really say too much about the chanting and the signage. That's always going to be what it is. But in terms of the turnout, in terms of people, in terms of, handing out literature and that kind of thing, yeah, great.
Yeah, and of course, I think one thing to remember is that it was kind of really promoted at very short notice, wasn't it?
And
in
obviously
addition to
the rail strikes and everything else, yeah.
Right, you had the rail strike, but even without the rail strike, because, I mean, how long was it, the National Animal Rights March from it? There was only a few weeks to really promote it. Whereas in previous years, it's been promoted almost for about maybe 9 months at least before, something like that.
Yeah.
Or at least from the beginning of the year. And so maybe next year it'll be promoted like much earlier, and that'll lead to more people.
On that note, the closing outro for this show, when we get to it, has a little secret announcement in it.
Ooh, an Easter egg.
Right, so that'll be interesting.
There's technically 2 secrets in the outro, so I'm not going to say any more than that. One is an announcement, and one is a new poem. So.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anyone is listening and you can really desperately try hard to find me Wendy's speech in the next 10-15 minutes or so, that would be fab.
Well, I'm looking on TikTok, but I'm looking at Vegan Talks UK, and there's nothing there.
Oh, they were live when we were just watching your little video.
No, but that's the right title, right? Vegan Talks.
Vegan Talks UK. Hang on. Yeah, it's still on for me.
Okay. Oh, right.
Oh, it's Vegan Talks John. Sorry, it's not Vegan Talks UK. It's Vegan Talks John. They've got the same profile picture and the same TikTok name, but with a different @
Right. Okay. I thought there might be something a bit weird.
Yeah. Okay. My bad. Yeah. So you've checked Insta. I've just checked Twitter as well, and nothing. I mean, I can't believe that of all the speeches that have been recorded, and nobody recorded Wendy's. I mean, Ronnie, you've got tons and tons of friends on Facebook. There must be someone that's put a video up somewhere. If you can send me a link, I can grab it.
I'm having a look through now. I haven't been able to find anything so far.
You can't, you can't bring this back, can you? You can't go back. There's not a way of starting it, is there? Like you would with a Facebook Live, you know, like a YouTube live stream, Andy.
No, you have to wait for them to finish before you can scroll. That's right.
Okay.
You see, there's people may have recorded it on their phones, but
that's
not
why
live stream.
if anyone's listening and you have done that, yeah, please send it over, because it's the only one we haven't got, and I feel bad. I mean, not only was looking forward to the speech, but I don't want to not show Wendy's speech out of all of them. It's really sad.
Yeah, there's a Vegan Talks page, but it's not the right one.
So I just keep loading on my feeds thing on Facebook by either friends or groups, and there's nothing new that's been uploaded. It's really sad.
Yeah, well, this John guy could be going on for yonks, couldn't he?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And if he goes on for 2 or 3 hours still, it'll take about 6 hours then before his video becomes available, the same as our TikTok lives.
Well, he's been on. He's just come up to 2 hours now.
So that so that you can guarantee that's about 4 or 5 hours to process the video before he can download it. So we can't wait for him.
All right, so that one's gone then.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't realize he's been as long as that online. So yeah, I think it's twice the amount of time that you have to, like that you've been recording, that you have to wait for it, because I can never download the TikTok lives before a good few hours after they're finished. Oh, we lost Roger. But no, I'm really struggling to find this, and I'm not getting anyone reply either.
That was clever. I deleted myself. Sophia said nothing at Instagram either. Well, we might have to call it a day then, folks.
No, I'm just asking a couple of desperate times.
The one we were waiting for, eh?
Yeah. But no, I mean, obviously, as soon as I get hold of it, I can put it out. But it's disappointing. There's nothing I can do until someone sends me something, and literally, I'm going through everything every 2 seconds and refreshing it, and there's just nothing there.
Well, we could close down and open up again when you've got it, but you might as well just schedule it for a time to give people notice for that, really.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I wanted it to all be in one big video, you see, so when people go back to watch this day, everything's all in one go, because you wouldn't be able to edit that in, you see, because this live will just get automatically saved.
Yeah, but now they just got 10 minutes of us moaning.
I know. There's nothing we can do about it, is there? I know.
Oh, where's Wendy? Oh, we wanted.
On that note, though, I mean, I completely forgot it was Saturday. Are we still doing our TikTok this evening, usual time?
Holy moly, I'd forgotten about that completely.
That's what I'm saying. I forgot it was Saturday. I mean, that'll be in, 4 hours-ish time? Depends whether people are fed up of listening to us or not.
Will you still be alive by then, Ronnie?
Well, I can't guarantee anything at my age. We should have to see.
It doesn't look like we're getting this video, does it? So I don't want to have loads of just doing nothing. Say, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a real shame, but unless someone comes forward in the next minute or so.
See, that's a double-edged sword, that message. No joy, that's good.
Yeah, I was in Melanie. Yeah, that is very good. Yes, that's very true.
Yeah, only a select few of people would.
I didn't actually. That's one thing. I didn't see a single sign that said carnism. I mean, I wasn't.
Actually, that is true. Yeah,
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah.
My TikTok is @poemsfta.
Yeah, make it easy, don't you?
Yeah, poems FTA is in poems for the animals.
Yeah, but you're never going to work that out on your own, are you, without somebody telling you?
Most animal rights people normally knows what FTA means. To be fair, I know they normally go all for the animals, and I say yeah. I'll type it if you want, Debs. It's easy. No influencers, no. A couple of them, without naming names, tried to jump on once the march was established and organised, who didn't have any intention of organising the march, but no, they weren't welcome. No, so I can't find this, and you can't keep people waiting forever. So
no, well, we've lost about 10 people already. So
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's come through and we do our TikTok later, then I will potentially play, even if it's just the audio, on our TikTok. And obviously, once they're all done and edited, each of the speeches will go on the National Animal Rights YouTube channel, like as individual videos. That might take a couple of days, though.
Well, if you've got it by then, couldn't we do one of these and then you put that on TikTok, or would that not work?
Yeah, that would potentially work. We could do what we did before when we premiered your film. Do the first 10 minutes or so on here and then switch.
Okay.
Or stay on here or whatever. I don't mind.
Okay. Well, if you've got all this technology, you might as well use it, eh, folks?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, I am very, very sorry about the Wendy thing, and obviously for any blips throughout the day. Hopefully,
yeah, it's Andy's fault. People blame Andy.
All of it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. But yeah, it was a work in progress, I suppose, on a learning curve. So I mean, we're a little bit better equipped for the next time that something like this happens. And at the very least, those who couldn't attend all over the world have seen some of it that you wouldn't have got to see, really. So. And you've heard us talk rubbish for a few hours, so there is.
Well, we do know that Wendy's talk is there. It's just that we.
Yeah, it's absolutely there. Yeah. And I'm sure that even if it takes until tomorrow before I can get it, I will definitely get it, and there will be a copy of it. Yeah, absolutely. It's just not forthcoming right now, which is a shame, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragedy. Okay, people. I said, well, you've got an outro film.
Yeah, I can load the outro. Yeah. And then we're good. So yeah, if you want to say goodbye, and then we'll leave with the outro, I guess.
Yeah, have you got end broadcast at the top of your screen?
Yes, top
so
right.
So you could do that then, because you'll know when this ends, because I won't. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ronnie.
Yeah. Yes. It's been a pleasure for the little time I've been able to.
Okay, well, we might see you at 8 o'clock. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'll see if I can make it at 8. So I have to see how things are with the cats and that. But I should do my best to be there, at least for a while.
And for people who don't know what we're talking about, we'll be going on at 8 o'clock Britain time, Irish time, on TikTok.
Yeah.
Unless we manage to get Wendy by then, and then we'll switch it around. But we'll let you know.
Yeah. It'll be on TikTok regardless, because even if we come on YouTube, I will stream to TikTok.
Yeah.
We'll
be ticking and talking later on.
We'll either be on YouTube and TikTok or just TikTok, but we'll be on TikTok no matter what. So
like our pacemakers, eh, Ronnie?
It might do for a service after years.
Right, people. So I'll say goodbye, and so it's goodbye from him, and it's goodbye from me. Well, no, it's the way around, is it? Goodbye from me and goodbye from him. That's right. Yeah.
Thank you both for doing this. I really appreciate it and all your help.
We're marching for the animals of land and sea and sky. We're marching for the animals, raise our voices high. We're marching for the animals and each and every one. We're marching for the animals until their rights are won.
We're marching for the animals. We're marching for their rights. Not for any to be given though, as they were granted upon life. for theirs to be respected, acknowledged and recognised. Nothing extra gained, no privileges given, just theirs we abide. The most basic of those birthrights to exist without violation, to have the freedom to respond appropriately in any situation. It's such a little to ask, especially for something already owned. Yet centuries of normalisation means this still needs hammering home. Others exist with us and around us in the same way we do to one another. Different species and breeds, but still sons, daughters, fathers and mothers. Not the food chain, but the same clades, at least in taxonomic terms, as you never outgrow your ancestry, so we're all related here on Earth. So today and every day, speak up loud, proud and with your strongest words, that we can all become finally civilised and recognise what was given at birth. Freedom, respect and justice for all, and we won't ever stop until we're heard.